captions?
No.
No.
Oh.
Absolutely not.
Huh.
It does not
But-
show.
I still subscribe to them every month through my Amazon Prime membership because that's where they make money. So
I can't do that because I'm using my brother's Amazon Prime, so...
Oh.
Tell him
Well,
to give his free
great.
sub to
I would probably have to use his Twitch account
They don't
too.
really need it. Like, they're rolling.
Yeah.
They
They've got
are
plenty.
rolling, but I do like to support creators, and
Mhm.
they're still kind of independent creators, more or less, because they're not owned by some larger company. So
I
They
just
are
I like to
constantly
support the
sponsored, which
things
is
that
nice.
entertain me. Because if I'm being entertained, it's worth something to me.
all right, so now that we've summarized and the conclusion is yikes, I did want to
Yikes.
clarify one thing because we didn't really finish it off exactly on a specific time scale, but I'm presuming once you guys got back to Kresk in the morning, and then Cray and Fleur decided to go up to the Abbey, which took kind of a whole day because it takes a while to get up there.
Mm-hmm.
You would have kind of hung out there for maybe at max an hour while Cray, you were clanking around in the air in your really not sneaky armor. But I mean, nothing really happened. You looked around and you decided, nope, it's not worth it right exactly now. So you went back down, and it would have been kind of gearing down towards evening by that point. So I want to know, like, did you guys want to do anything in the evening? Anything else you're doing? I know the Dust's ultimate plan was to, do the ritual, but you still don't technically have all
Not
of the
yet,
incense
yeah.
that you need.
Yeah.
So
Cray would have just let everyone know what he saw while flying around making a bunch of noise, that there's a fuckload of those mongrel folk up there, as well as other stuff that he saw moving. Couldn't get a good look at it though. And that we should probably rest and plan on trying to tackle that together. But he would have found a nice quiet place away from prying ears to whisper it, if
Yeah,
Actually,
I was gonna say.
are all
as
these
soon-
people in here as he came in?
yeah, I mean, they're typically open unless somebody specified to Savid, like, close it down. Don't.
Okay.
We're not going to do that right now.
If it's actually fairly busy right now, as soon as Cray got back, Des was gonna kind of go towards just kind of meandering nonchalantly through the tables, trying to pretend to be a waiter. And as soon as she gets within the mass of the people, she is going to cast Eyes of the Grave.
Okay.
That's good, because Cray, as he comes through the door and sees a bunch of people, was going to use that. Oh, I'm still in GM.
Oh, yeah. So you got Eyes of the Grave and you got Detect Evil and Good. Okay.
Just to find the rats.
Yep, but both of you look around. You don't see anything. You don't sense any undead within these people, and Eyes of the Grave, I think, is pretty much...
It's just
Fey,
undead.
fiend, celestial, or undead?
Yeah.
Elemental, aberration, Fey, fiend, or undead?
I think the most you sense is Fleur at that point.
Okay.
That's fine. He's acceptable.
I don't remember. I do remember casting Private Sanctum. Did I cast it in the morning?
You cast it before we went up to the Abbey, because we were talking in the Private Sanctum.
Okay. So
After
would
we
it
got
still be up because it's 24 hours?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you would like. Where specifically did you cast it, exactly in the area of the inn?
Yeah, it just to surround the entirety of the inn. So
Okay.
the focal point would be the middle of the inn, and it'll encase it.
Okay. Actually, that's a good point. People are allowed to walk into the Private Sanctum if you let them, or no, because otherwise then there's going to be nobody in
no
there.
one in the inn.
I mean...
Oh, no. But we need them. At least the good ones.
I would probably
Nothing
set
can
it...
teleport in or out.
You can also make it small. It doesn't have to
travel is
be
blocked.
big.
Mm.
It doesn't have anything that provides. You decide what sort of security the spell provides, choosing any or all of the following. Sound can't pass through. The barrier appears dark and foggy, which means it couldn't be seen through.
Yeah.
It can't be divinationed into. Um, creatures can't be targeted by divination. Nothing can teleport in or out. Yeah, I don't see anything that would
Some
stop
of
a
those
creature
are
from
So
walking in.
pretty
I
good,
wouldn't
yeah.
make it dark or foggy because, you
Foggy.
know,
Or the
we
sound
need
one,
people
maybe.
to come in.
I was gonna say, your entire inn is suddenly cloaked by a weird, mysterious,
right?
dark energy.
Well, no, it would be
Oh.
like it would be really quiet as you walked up to it. It'd be like, are they even open? And you open the door and step through, and it's just
Boom.
loud and
Boom.
bustling,
Yeah,
and there's music, and it's like, oh, weird, strange.
Interesting.
It's really, really well soundproofed.
Yep. Yeah,
Right.
basically.
So, okay,
But people still trust you guys enough to come in, so as long as you're not pushing them out, that they will be in there. But it's up to you.
nope. As long as he doesn't see anything that triggers his senses, he'll just come over to our little bar where we tend to discuss
Yeah.
things, and
No, good looking
can-
out, but so far, nope.
we can quietly talk. And yeah, that was all. Like, he just wanted to inform everyone what he saw.
Okey-dokey.
So it's full of weird, creepy, Mongrueling folk.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy. It looked like killing each other. There seems to be some sort of power struggle going on.
They're probably
was-
starving. They don't have food.
Probably insane without leaders, what I was thinking, but I
Both.
honestly don't know. I mean, he had to have had food stores up there. If I doubt he got enough food from the town every morning to feed that many mongrel folk. But
Yeah.
who knows? It's also been
It's only
It's
been
only
a
been a
couple
few
days.
days.
Yeah.
It's only been a few days. But I can see why none of the townsfolk wanted to go up there.
Did you see any incense?
I did not. I
Um.
was making an unfortunate amount of noise with my armor and trying not to attract any attention, even without moving on the ground and being able to be seen. I think they heard rustling and movement, and I just didn't want to, push it. There were a lot. It was a lot.
And they didn't seem open to just talking.
Uh,
At least I guess by the murdering each other, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm assuming probably no talking, but I don't know, we can always try.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
I find them they're just it's so unfortunate. I mean, they were people probably at one
maybe.
point or another.
We don't actually know what they are. They could have been created by the abbot like he was creating the dead people. Maybe they're dead?
Maybe.
They look patched together, so there's a good chance it's
Yeah.
a lot of people that have died around this place.
As sad as it is, if they are just undead golems, I would feel better if we just took care of them. Especially if they're not meant to be alive anymore.
I think. Remind me again, I think you did use Eyes of the Grave at least once in the Abbey proper, didn't you?
I can't remember.
Probably.
I feel like that would be a good idea.
Yeah, I feel like you used it specifically on the Abbot, or you used it on Vasilka.
That would make sense, because, Yeah, I think I did it on Vasilka because I wanted to know if she was actually undead. Hey, don't eat my headphones.
However, oh wait, I don't know if there were
any of the
any
mongrel
mongrel
folks were there.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
They streamed in after the fight started.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we can
Check it
figure that
out.
out tomorrow. Yeah. I don't know. Did you want to wait longer, Carter? How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm okay.
I know
I'm
we're
gonna
still
die.
dealing with
From personal experience, it kind of sucks the couple days after that. If you
Just-
wanted to wait.
I mean, unless you're trying to wait several days, I don't think it's gonna get too much better.
That's fair. I don't think we can wait that long, but we can give it at least tonight. rest well and
Yeah, I can try to. I'll try to pick up some spells that'll help you. Just gonna go to my cleric Google, try to figure out what might help.
All right. Well, he'll just, I guess, hang out and drink until it's late enough at night. I don't know how late at night it is right now.
Late afternoon. It's sun's
okay.
slowly setting, but
Sunset. Okay. All right. Yeah, I got nothing that I need to do that evening. So.
Okay. In which case, probably, yeah. I would say at some point in the night, Savid, who has had a day,
Savid.
will probably retire for the night.
Oh no, is
If
he the
8
first one
hours
that goes up?
passes, I make sure that gets updated secretly, discreetly.
You're so mean.
Updated. You technically, it would still be, wait,
It lasts for 8 hours.
when did you,
And
hold on, but you cast it in the morning.
Yeah, I did it that morning when we got back, and then we walked up. And so whenever 8 hours would have passed, probably that evening, like around dinner, he would have excused himself upstairs for about 5 minutes and then come back down.
And reactivated it?
Yep.
Okay. In which case, Savid will probably be the first one up there.
Hell yeah.
And if I remember correctly, it's... Yep. Hold on.
I'll kind of tap him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll man the bar, clean things up. You go get some rest. You've been taking care of things for a while.
Super loudly for everyone.
Oh, please don't do that.
Aww.
Maybe moderately quietly?
No promises.
Yeah, would be appreciated. Thanks, Cray. Really appreciate it. And he will head up.
Gray just starts cleaning up and putting things away with a big smile on his face.
No,
It's not terrible, but
actually, that's exactly.
That's what he needed.
Approximately, I would say a minute and a half passes. There's a long pause, and then a thunk, and then Savid's voice echoing downstairs to you guys, going, "What the fucking shit?"
Cray just kind of starts putting. You're right up there.
No. What the heck?
Des will run up the stairs.
And then Savid yells downstairs, "Dumas, you piece of shit!"
I'm confused. What happened?
And Dumas is like, "It's not me, but I'm willing to take credit."
I don't know where anything is. Oh god, it's so dark. There he is.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you run upstairs and...
You need help? Are you hurt?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Did you
just
trip down the
barely.
stairs?
He has one less boot than you expect. And up at the top of the ceiling, near the ceiling, there is an interesting coil of rope wrapped around his boot, which had been presumably yanked directly off.
Huh.
And he's just kind of hopping on one foot, leaning against the wall, and just goes, "Somebody has apparently been really bored. We really need to maybe tell him not to do that. Jeez, got me. What the
was that on purpose?
I'm presuming so."
Des will close her eyes for a minute and switch to Bird Des, and she'll flitter up and try to pull the boot out of the snare.
I guess you probably could if you wanted to.
Technically, the spell ends when a creature is no longer restrained.
I mean,
The
yeah.
fact that he escaped.
You restrained a boot, though. Does that count?
It does abuse.
Just for narrative purposes, but yeah, eventually the boot will just fall back down if Bird Des will pull on it.
I mean, she's gonna try to get it with a 6.
That's a boot.
Okay, and then she
Just
flies
fell
off
in.
with it.
No, wait,
Into
hold
her.
on. Okay, and then Savid is trying to step forward, but he's also really, really distrustful of that part of the floor now. So he's reaching out with his other booted foot, feeling along the ground, going, For fuck's sake, just always something, Des, come back here.
No.
Why?
Right,
And then
that
he
was a
turns
lot.
around and looks at your body and goes, wait. And he's doing like
Oh
the
yeah, I don't
tennis
think he
match
knows
look
about this,
back, and
does he?
he does not.
Oops.
He does not know about that at all. So he's like
Oops.
looking back at you and just going, wait, what?
Seeing Des kind of stupefied over there, Cray just kind of walked down and put his hand on her shoulder. He's like, it's some new development. Where'd the oh, there she is. She's nesting. Oh, okay. Kind
Sorry,
of like looks up.
I accidentally moved you to the freaking map layer.
Oh no.
There we go. Okay, there we
Yay.
go. No, so he just kind of goes back over actually to Dessa's body, which is kind of, it's interesting. It is just standing there. You didn't collapse,
Mhm.
but it is oddly unresponsive. It looks eerie, like one of those mannequins or wax statues, essentially.
Hell
That's
yeah.
super lifelike, but also very clearly not human. You're getting a little bit of, uncanny valley from this thing.
It's different.
What?
But,
Can you explain to me what's going? Because the bird is still, what?
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much it. It's it. From what I understood, her goddess did something to protect her from you know who, and in our efforts to get her body back, she did mostly, but it seems that now she's kind of stuck between two bodies with a single spirit and can flit between them relatively easily. Just got to be careful with the bird version, and kind of like leads her gently down the hall into the room, and I assume Des reacts.
Des is putting all of her like loose money into Savid's boot.
Yeah, I will say you have to kind of physically bodily move Dessa's body, and she is actually wearing all the armor that she does. She's quite heavy. Roll me a strength check, because if Gray is if Gray is expecting her to walk, she's not gonna walk.
Hey,
Yeah.
wow, look at that.
Hey!
He was expecting it to be similar to like the empty children that he'd seen, where you could kind of just like lead them and they would just react like physically. So he's just kind of like pushing her gently in the small of like her shoulders.
Okay. Also, you do that a couple of times and she kind of sways, and the body naturally adjusts, so she'll like adjust her footing every once in a while. But eventually you do have to kind of like awkwardly put your arms like either under her, it's up to Cray, whatever he wants to do, but you will have to like basically scooch her along towards the door
He'll kind of like
because-
attempt to lead her and then realizing that that doesn't work. Interesting. Okay, it's easy to carry the bird version around with us, so we haven't really run into this yet.
Should I do you need me to, hey Des, he kind of like calls back into the room.
Yes.
I feel like we should probably ask, but can we just kind of pick you up, or are you planning to come back here and move yourself?
Okay. She kind of like goes up to the door, looks out, goes back to the pile, and then how far away can I do the transfer? Does it have a limit?
I feel like it kind of does, but I haven't set one.
Follow your instincts.
Follow
Believe in
my
yourself.
instincts. I would say if you try to do it from the bed, it's a little bit too far.
Okay. So like maybe 30 feet.
Maybe 30 feet, yeah.
Okay. She tries, doesn't work, flits a little further, tries until she gets to wherever it clicks.
Okay, yep. It'll click about there.
Okay.
At that
the
point,
bird.
like both Cray and Savita are like flanking you awkwardly, being like,
Yeah. Bird goes still. Des opens her eyes and just, okay. All right, it has a limit. It could be good or bad.
These are the things we should probably test out in a safe environment so we know ahead of time.
Yeah. I mean, so that means if we were to leave the bird here, then if I die in battle, I'm fucked.
That's pretty much. I mean, honestly, that's how most people live. But
Right? But
I
then,
feel like
she said, there's no second. That's it. There's no spells.
right.
wait, hold on, I don't think you mentioned that part. Says Sabine,
Yeah.
very concerned suddenly.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry. Yeah, this is a lot. Okay, Svid. So, Raven Queen, she did this to begin with, because Strahd was an ass, and still is. Put me in the bird, kept me safe, talked to her, got out of the bird, sort of. But so now it's me and the bird, with half and half, right? And
He nods with the face of somebody who is doing his best to pretend he understands.
Okay, so if I'm in me and I die, she said that's it. No one can bring me back like we have before. I can't come back at all if I die wherever I'm in at the moment. But like if I were in me and then the bird was like smack die, then I think I only just lose half my soul.
Yeah.
But I don't die.
You know, just a little
Yeah.
half of your soul.
Yeah,
No big deal.
just half of it. It's nothing to worry about.
Seems fine. But
That
I won't
adds up to
die.
100.
Right, I won't die unless then also my body with the me in it dies, and then same as last time, that's it.
Okay. All right. Yep. That's a lot to process.
It really is.
And I imagine this doesn't really change your mind regarding the whole thing where you're going to go out and risk your lives and try to. Yep. Nope. Yep. Okay.
Nope.
Me.
Didn't
Sorry.
expect it to. Cool.
I-
Cool.
I would love to be able to just stay here and stay with you at the inn and not have to do that, but if we don't do something and if I'm not with them, our chances are not good.
Really not.
We have
Things
to fix
kind of
this,
went
Savid.
sideways when Des was gone. Kind of like points up to his dark eye.
Don't you want to be free, Savid?
Yeah, no, I do want to be free, definitely. It's just I also... and he kind of, like, looks like he's about to put his hands on your shoulders for a moment before he, like, gets red again and, like, drops them and does that awkward, like,
Does he, like,
jazz hands.
Does he have, like, reach out one hand toward her?
Yep.
She'll like, grab his hand and, like, hold it.
Why do you do these things to my boy? He's not going to remember what the sentence he was about to say was.
Because she reached out for him, and that meant that he was trying to hold her hand.
Yep.
She's like, okay.
He like short circuits for a second, and he looks at the hand, looks at you, looks at the hand, looks at you, and goes, and I...
Uh-huh.
He looks at Cray and goes, what was I saying?
He kind of just smiles at Savid that you love us.
He's so glad Fleur is not there right now.
He really is.
He finally, like, gathers himself again and goes, yes, so, yes, I definitely do understand, and I don't want to be stuck here, necessarily, any more than you do, and probably a little bit easier for me, given the fact that I've been here for a long while and have had time to adjust to it, as it were.
True.
Look, I understand that you want to do this, and it's great, it's just, the alternative is...
Staying stuck in place, or
being stuck here longer. But, relatively safe here. in this very protected inn that you've built.
I mean, it's not protected yet. I'm working on it.
Right, yes.
But
yep.
after that, then yeah, it should be safe. But do you wanna live just here in this bubble for the rest of your how many ever years you have left?
Right, no, I kind of awkward looks down, is still holding your hand, tries to like look up and pretend that it's not happening because it's just distracting him. No, it's not that I really do. I respect your goals, and I have been around you all long enough to know that I'm not going to talk you out of it. It's just, sometimes I'm not the bravest person, so sometimes
Aw.
it just feels like it might be good to, just live out the rest of my life relatively happy for once in my life. That could be nice.
It could be. But you don't know what's out there, Sabid. The world is beautiful. For one thing, there's sun, which would that be a problem for you?
Well,
I
no,
know.
I know it's the sun is. It's,
No,
that big thing in
well,
the sky behind the clouds.
yeah, but sometimes it's in front of the clouds.
What? No, that seems really dangerous.
Sometimes the clouds just aren't
there.
And it's just open sky.
I could just
Gives you a look.
Blue?
He gives you a look like you've just explained that the Earth is round for the first time, and he's just kind of like, that sounds fake, but okay.
Right. If I
That's
could
why we
describe
have to fight.
if I could describe the color of the sky to you, Savid, the color it's supposed to be, not whatever it is here.
Colors. Sometimes it's white, sometimes it's gray, sometimes it's kind of, purple, reddish with the
It's
sunset.
blue.
Blue.
And it makes that face again and goes, okay.
Now you're just fucking with me here.
Yeah.
These are the things I want to show you, Savid, when we're free.
I'm sure they're wonderful, but there's lots of, beautiful things here as well.
Aren't
Things
there?
here that want to kill us, and that's about it. There's the things that want to kill us, and the things we have to kill to not be killed. That's all I've.
Right. Yes, there is also that. I'm not gonna argue. Uh,
It's worth it. It's worth it to
Alright.
us and to me. And hopefully it's something that we can do. But like I said, I think going with them is our best chance. I can keep them safe. I had to bring Carter back to life today. That was a lot.
Was it fun?
Mm.
Can't confirm.
Eventually he just kind of sighs and goes, yes, I know I'm not trying to talk you out of it. You should do whatever you think is right. I'm so sorry that your plan failed.
No! I mean, leave it to Steve for the one time he can actually
Right?
roll above a 10.
I know.
It's
Yeah.
a spell save.
He was the best contender, that's why I sent him up there. But
Hats
somehow,
off to you, my boy. That's impressive. He only caught his boot.
I feel like if my rolls weren't shitty, I probably would have escaped it.
honestly, Des was technically the best contender because she now has a -1 to her.
Hell yes. Back to -1, boys.
Yep.
I don't think Carter could have failed it.
Yeah, I don't think
What?
so.
He
either.
has a
Physically, it's
-4 to everything.
would've gotten
-3 right
15.
now.
Whoops. Why am I?
You would have missed it by 1.
Yeah, right? Hell yeah.
13!
You
Missed it by
would have
3.
caught anybody.
Uh,
Except for Carter.
except for
Although he's
Carter.
at like a -3 right now, so
Yeah, he's at a
maybe.
-3, so it's a
Who knows?
possibility.
Roll for stare, Carter. Let's see what would have happened.
But seeing this and the conversation, Savid, accepting that this is the battle, Creo probably hear Damas drop something downstairs and just, okay, I'm gonna go find out what that was and make sure it's not going to explode. I'll catch
Probably
you
will.
guys tomorrow. And he'll
Okay, all right. No, I'm just gonna go. Oh, tell Dumas to stop freaking laying traps for me.
Oh, yeah, will do. Can
Yep.
do. Absolutely.
Uh,
And he'll come down and he'll come into the kitchen and just be like, Oi, Damas, Savid says
Yeah.
stop laying traps.
Dumas kind of narrows his eyes at you slowly and goes, uh-huh.
I don't know why. His boot was hanging from the ceiling.
Wow, mysterious.
Does not believe
Traps,
you for a
you
second.
say?
That's what he said.
That's actually a pretty good idea, traps. Yes, traps.
Uh-oh. Now he's gonna roll. Now he's gonna lay more traps.
Alright. Des, how determined are you to hold Savid's hand? Because he's not gonna move.
Until he pulls away, but she kind of just
Which is
like
probably
stands
gonna
with
be
him.
never.
Yeah.
Right. Well, for a minute, she'll just like stand with him and just, are you going to bed? I guess it's a little late, and you were lighting things on fire before.
Yeah. No, yeah. I was going to go to bed. I was up kind of early because of the whole thing with the sage and the basil and yep. That's all downstairs, by the way, in the workshop. So
Yeah, I do appreciate it for what you could get. I need a little bit more, but it was a really, really good start. Like more than I thought.
Yeah. What are you doing with all of that, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, okay. So, man, I could tell you the name of the spell, but I don't think it would mean anything to you. But I'm gonna use all that stuff and make a ritual, and set up the whole tavern to be like, it's pretty much just like a giant bubble that's super totally anti any like undead or like fae, fiends, celestials, elementals. Is Fleur a celestial?
No.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Well,
Okay,
I'm
that's good.
I'm considered a fae.
Oh, well, that's not good. I think I can still let you
I
in.
think your character type is humanoid.
Yeah.
Your creature type is
Yeah.
humanoid. That's
Yeah.
how D&D rules tend
My
to work.
ancestry is fae.
Your
Yeah, I
ancestry.
think it's a little different.
She kind of like pauses for a minute and just like, I'm sure Fleur will be fine, but I can make it so like they just can't even come in. So worst case scenario, we lose a couple tavern like frequenters, but best case scenario, they were actually vampires. And that's bad. So they won't be allowed in anymore. And then they can't really like come in at all, or I think see or teleport in here, which is good because I don't want Strahd to do that because he did that at the Abbey and it was mean when he disintegrated the Abbey.
Yep, he did do that. I remember that very clearly. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. No,
But
that's incredible.
This whole
If you can
area
do that,
will be safe.
yeah.
I just need a lot of stuff, apparently.
Wow. No, that's amazing. If you can do that, that's great.
Mhm.
I just wish you could keep yourself safe in the same way. I'm presuming it's not going to move with you. It's just going to
No.
stay here.
It'll be here because it'll protect you.
I do appreciate that. Just, all right, well, that's fine. I've been useless my whole life. I'll just continue to be useless.
You're not useless, Savid. Why would
You gotta
that?
stay positive.
That's still up in the air.
He
You've
didn't
been
roll
super
well enough
helpful.
in the beginning of this campaign to gain that
Even-
personality trait.
Even if you haven't like hit enemies that much, or like been able to like help us fight, that doesn't mean
Yeah.
you're useless.
Yeah.
You've
no,
done a lot
thank
of
you.
stuff.
I have.
You-
Yep.
You were friends with us, and you kept us safe, and you kept me safe. Even though I didn't want to be here because I wanted to help my friends, but in the long run, I suppose it was a good idea.
Maybe it was a good idea listening to what they all went through at the temple. Yeah.
And now we have a house and a home and somewhere that we feel safe and can come home to.
Like protecting each
After-
other.
After hard days.
That is very, very,
That's worth a lot.
very comforting. It's more than I had for a long time. And look,
Glad.
don't ever tell the others this, but I really am glad that you guys forced me to come with you. But don't tell them that. I will
Aw.
never hear the end of it. Absolutely never.
They would tease you, but inside they would be super happy to hear you say that.
Yeah, look, I don't care if they're super happy. I don't really care. I care for them very much,
you
but
do.
not nearly as much as I.
Uh-huh.
Is he gonna
Yep.
say it? Is he
Yep.
gonna say it? Say it, Sabine.
Just kind of.
Not anymore. You ruined it.
I'm not there.
You
I have a
ruined it.
question. If we can detour
Yeah,
for a second.
Yeah, go for it.
Sure.
As Craig comes back downstairs, he's gonna try to see if Carter's eyes are still electrified.
Ooh.
Have you taken the glasses off of him, or did he like die with cool sunglasses on? And
I
was
imagine so, yeah.
resurrected? It's like Weekend
don't
at
know.
Bernie's, but he just had the.
He's
didn't
gonna
take his
come down
sunglasses
and
off,
he'll kind of like take a look, and if Carter has the sunglasses on and they're being obscured, he's just gonna ask, and he's like, "So, what happened was Ren? We didn't. This is. I feel like Des is gonna just get concerned, and Fleur would get confused, but I can
Dang.
kind of understand. Can you still? Is he still there?
I have no idea. Kind of left off asking about that.
Yeah,
last-
that's.
last-
I just remembered that, so I was like, "Ooh, we could circle back to
Yeah.
that right now."
Yeah.
That's a question
Did you
for the
want
DM.
to?
Yeah.
I mean, he's still wearing the glasses, I'm presuming.
Well, I mean, if he's asking, is Ren still there? If I can, I'll check.
Okay.
But
Bring
the
what
are
extent of what
you-
I did last time was touch Fleur to see if it shocked him, and it didn't.
It did not. No, it did not shock him. If you'd like to do something else, like try to meditate or just take off your sunglasses, just
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the sunglasses off, but at the same time, just mentally ask, "Hey, is Ren, you there?"
you ask, and you kind of do a little bit of inward soul searching for a second, just the same way that you did before. And it's not that you feel nothing, but there is an eerie lack of a response.
Oh no.
And as you pull your glasses back down, Cray, you see that his eyes are in fact back to normal.
Uh-oh.
So,
We have two other dark entities out in the world.
Ah, that's fine.
I mean, pick up the bolt blade. Come with me. Let's go outside.
All right.
And we need to test if the bolt blade's working. So Cray will literally just stand there and tell him to hit him and test if the bolt blade works and to see if it still is capable of releasing that like bolt of electricity. He just can't do it in the tavern because he doesn't want to destroy the tavern.
And there's also people.
And there's also people, and he's trying to be discreet about all of this, but he is very much panicked at the moment.
Ah, seems fine.
Yeah, right.
All
Did
right.
he die? Is he gone? Is he just no longer tethered to Carter? What happened?
Is he only
Okay.
in the sword now? Who knows?
Yeah, right.
All
Who
right.
knows?
So, are you just going to, Carter? Are you just gonna go ahead and try to attack him?
I mean, I will. I guess there's not too many options of testing it.
You kind of need to hit a
Alright.
target with it, and I feel like you could break Dionadar with it. So just he kind of puts his arms out. Just give me what you got. I'm getting kind of used to electricity. Let's go.
Well, I'm not entirely sure it's gonna be electrified, but I mean, here's
if it's
hoping
not,
it's at
it'll
least
hurt
still
less.
magic. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so -3 from that, so 27.
Yeah, that'll.
All right.
that'll hit.
Definitely hit. I will say the blade, as you kind of, not the blade, I guess it's a rapier, but as you wield it, it does still have that inherent magical aura running through it, but as you strike out with it, there is no correlating sparkle of magic, sparkle of electricity running through it.
So it's still a magical rapier, but it no longer can do that.
Yeah.
So I just take rapier damage.
You just take rapier damage, whatever that is.
Rapier.
Rapier damage through the gut.
Oh, all right. Yep. Okay. Well.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, it's great that it is still magical, I guess. On the other hand, I lost a lot of utility.
That was a lot that you were able to do with that. That was really impressive.
I just wanted to see what it would be.
Sneak attack.
That's max damage.
I turned sneak off. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I didn't want to sneak my boy.
Yeah. But it still is enough for him to be like, ow. Oh no.
I was gonna say, damn.
So I
That's a
typed
lot.
minus 64 because I did 50, or 79 minus 15 in my head, and I was like, no, that's wrong. And then I just typed in 15 instead of minus. I did both things wrong.
You just
Yeah, you
really want to
did.
be at 15 hit points.
Yep.
Alright. Well. Shit. Okay. That is gonna have to get investigated more in the future, but now we at least are more aware of your current capabilities. Still not a total loss. At least you're not swinging around just a piece of silvered steel.
It's definitely better than it could be. It is kind of a bummer that we made a deal with the dark entity. It's already gone, but I guess that's life.
I guess. Keep the sunglasses. That way you can see in the dark places. And if I need that infusion for something, I'll let you know. And then as Carter goes back in, he's just gonna kind of like turn inward and be like, "When I die, Cremata, I think we asked, but I didn't. Do you know what happens to you? Because Zrenhala left Carter, but his magic is still somewhat there. So, is he gone or is he dispersed? Do you know?"
I know what happens to me if you die. As for your friend,
We never asked any of our
I-
entities.
Prey asked, he just did not tell him, and Craig did not see
Yeah.
through it.
I don't think he is. That's easy to vanquish. You did bring your friend back from the brink of death after all. The vessel remains. There is no reason for him to vacate it early, as it were.
He's just leaving.
My personal opinion in the matter is that someone might be a bit upset.
He angry.
Prey kind of reaches down for his bag of holding to get his journal and remembers again that it's not there. Makes a mental note, and he kind of like pulls up his mental image of his journal, his to-do list, and at the bottom it just is Zrenhala. That's all he's got right now. He just puts it on the list. Takes his minute of deep breathing outside in the cold winter night, in the snow, or I guess it's late winter, early spring now.
Hmm.
And then he goes inside. Like I said, he already asked Cremata. Cremata did not want to tell him what happens, but he's pretty much told him what happens, and that's gonna be a problem for us to deal with.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Aside from that, he'll.
Our list is just getting longer and longer and longer.
I mean, we chunked a few things off of it really quick. But yeah, it's been a minute.
We just have a habit of compounding problems. Is the thing. we'll fix one thing and then we goof up like two more.
Uh-huh.
Seems fun.
All right.
I'm presuming Des comes back downstairs.
Yeah,
Savid will just go to bed.
When they went outside to go test that, Des let Savid go to bed and wandered back down to the bar.
Don't worry, guys. Nothing happened. As he said himself, he's a coward. It's gonna take more than that.
That's fair.
But
a
he did
spell.
enjoy his awkward 15 minutes of hand holding.
Heck yeah.
Cray's just got like one foot up on this box, just sort of like drink in his hand, just drinks it and is kind of looking down, obviously lost in thought.
All right, so you guys gonna go up to the Abbey tomorrow, or what?
I think so. Gonna go either A, talk to a bunch of mongrel folk, or B, murder a bunch of mongrel folk, or C, other.
I mean, C would be sneak our way past a bunch of mongrel
Yeah.
folk, steal a
Find the
bunch
stuff.
of incense,
And then go away and leave
determine a
them.
way to secure them there so that they cannot threaten the town when they go full Animal Farm.
Would it be even worse for us to just like leave them there?
I mean, this is getting into a. It really depends. I feel sorry for them, but I don't really see a difference in it one way or the other, whether we go up and massacre them or let them starve. Either way, they end up dead.
Yeah, one is a little bit
I mean, at
longer
least they
and
got a choice.
seems kind of mean. Also, what if they escape and come here?
I'll tell you what, Des. Recent events have proven that I make questionable moral decisions. You and Carter seem to be among our more, I don't know, well-intended. So I'll leave this
Meh.
up to the two of you. All I can really tell you is what I saw, and that's fucking insane. Crazy. And if we go in there guns blazing, blades blazing, it might end well,
Nah.
but it will be
Womp. It's
one
the
hell
worst
of a
performance
battle.
of your life.
That is.
I was just about to ask how Floor's doing standing up on that
Apparently
table.
not well.
But apparently you're doing like karaoke, like open
God.
mic karaoke.
Hell yeah.
But my voice keeps going up and
Terrible.
down, just like ah.
Why do they think acapella works? No, you need an instrument. Jesus.
I have an instrument.
At this point, is it even considered an instrument? Man.
Oh shit.
What are you
Aw.
doing to that thing?
Playing it like a
Eventually the
guitar.
people start leaving. They're like, okay.
Alright. Well,
Thanks for
it's a
coming to the
good
school's
way.
bounty. See you next time.
I suppose it's a good way to clear the room, but at the same time, it might not bring back repeat customers.
I mean, that's the benefit of being literally the only tavern in town. We don't make a lot of
Suppose.
money, but it's kind of a town subsidized tavern, which means
Kind of
that
the
they
only
pretty much just
choice.
pay for, they pay for our food and the roof over our head, and we just provide them with feed to feed the villagers.
That's fair. And Dumas sometimes, unless he comes with us.
I think he's
Speaking of
been wanting to join.
Dumas, are you gonna come with us to the Abbey?
I mean, yeah. That was the plan.
Yeah.
Also, I just gotta say, not all of you are super sneaky.
Yeah,
Carter's sneaky, and
That's
I'm
about it.
sneaky, but you're kind of clanky. No offense, Cray.
Me
Hey.
too.
And Des, you're also kind of clanky.
Yep.
And that one, and he points over to Fleur.
Hi.
That one's just really loud, like not even audibly, but like visually.
Every fifth of the word.
how late is it at night? Is it like 9 o'clock or is it like 1 a.m.?
That's like 9.
All right. He kind of like pushes himself off the counter. I'm never gonna have a better opportunity than this, and I got to do it now before tomorrow morning. I'm gonna go see if I can find me a breastplate. I don't. It doesn't need to be magical. It just needs to literally be a breastplate.
Okay.
And he'll take the chest of money that we have because it pretty much isn't being used, and I'm just gonna go down to the blacksmith that the burgomaster used to silver Carter's rapier, and just see if he has literally just a breastplate that fits Craig. Because if I have it in the morning, I can move my infusion from my scale to my breastplate, and it'll be the same AC, but I won't have stealth disadvantage.
Fair enough.
Hooray.
Roll me just not an investigation, just a straight up like d20. We'll let the dice decide because Kresk isn't.
Yeah.
Just above a 10. That's all I
7.
need.
Oh.
God
That's a
damn
7.
it!
Can I flash? Is it an ability check that I can flash it? I can get it
It's
to
not.
11.
It was just like, you know what? You know what? No, it's Kresk. It's a town. Hold on, I gotta check something. Actually,
It doesn't
we
need to
have-
be magical. It
the
needs
town.
it's just a breastplate. It's like
Right.
the most basic ass breastplate you can find. Because I'm literally using the scale mail that I started the game with.
I'm trying to think because their guards are all wearing chain. Um.
They're heavy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the guy is like, I don't have anything right now. I would be happy to give it to you, but
Okay.
perhaps if you
Second
ask around, a couple of people might have something as an heirloom.
Do you
We don't-
have at least decent grade iron or steel that I could buy enough from you to make my own breastplate? I think I've got the leathers and the cloths and things that I need at home. I can kind of use the resources I've got in the armor I'm wearing right now to make it work. I just don't have the metal to use as the base of plating. So if you could sell me that, I could potentially craft my own. Again, it doesn't need to be magical, and I have smith tool proficiency.
Right.
And I have technically expertise with smith tools.
Huh?
Because fucking artificer.
I don't know if you would be able
I
to
just want to
finish
get
a
rid of this skill
breastplate.
disadvantage. Just...
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know if you could finish it in one night.
No,
but-
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
If all he can get tonight is the steel, then tomorrow at the Abbey we'll do it with the scale mail, and it'll be put on his
Yeah.
project list, and he'll probably do it like over the next couple of days while we wait for Carter to feel better.
He has steel ingots.
Okay.
The nature of Kresk is such that they are close to many like mountains, and they do mine occasionally. So
yeah, however much it would cost for the metal components for it, maybe enough for 30% over that Cray would predict. Like, so he has a little bit to flex with. You know, he's basically just making. It's just going to be a plate of steel across the front, kind of wrapped around the sides, and then one in the back, and then just arm plates on his upper arm. But it's not a lot.
honestly, just for the steel for a breastplate, you could probably he would be happy with even just 100 gold.
Perfect. Cray will give him 110 gold out of the chest stores and go home feeling excited to get to work again.
Okay. You clank back in around.
He has just
10,
like a
11
small
o'clock.
crate of steel ingots of various qualities and a big grin on his face, and the chest kind of sitting on top of it. I don't have a bag anymore, so I have to carry everything. It'll be fun.
Wah, wah.
I'll bring it all back here, but that's it.
Alright. Cool.
Okay.
While Cray was gone, could Des have gone to Dumas and just... So, apparently Cray and Carter lost the bag of holding while they
Yep.
were gone.
Yeah,
Do you know how to make those?
I got one. I think I gave it to Cray. Wait, did I?
No,
I think
he gave it to somebody else. Cray didn't take it. I don't think. Or did I?
Okay. I thought, because I remember very specifically when Des got back to her body. I thought
Yeah.
he did, because he has a bag of holding as one of his infusions, because he's also a
cannot
different type of...
Somebody has it. I don't have
Somebody
it. in
has
my
it.
list.
He can give it to you. Long story short, yeah, he can give you one. He's like, yeah,
Okay.
sure. You can just use this one. And he kind of like unstraps it. It's smaller. He keeps it strapped to his leg, but he just kind of like unstraps it and hands it over to you. You
Okay.
can kind of use it, for lack of a better word. It's like a fanny pack. You can also adjust it to be a
She-
fanny pack.
She just takes it and she'll quick run upstairs and just go put it on Cray's bed and then run back downstairs.
While he's in there clanking away.
He's
Yeah.
living his best life.
Right?
He is. He really is.
Also, Dumas, now that you have a workshop in our house, are you gonna make more cool stuff?
I can certainly try. Wait, I think? No. Who did I show it to? I showed it to Cray. I got the thing. And he kind of pulls out, he dives back under the counter, and he comes back out with a quarterstaff, essentially, that has been
Yeah,
formed into
the
something different. I think you've seen this
explodey-
before.
The
The
Dreamcatcher
explodey
staff
thing,
that
yes.
explodes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was
Not
Was
a
that?
fiery explosion, a sound explosion.
Yep.
Yep. And then I got
Sound
this as well, and he pulls out the amulet.
What was that again?
Oh, the
amulet.
eyeball.
It's an amulet of protection against crying.
Aw, I think Savid needs that.
Yeah, he probably does, yep.
Or sweet.
But if you want us to like bring you cool stuff so that you can make even more cool stuff, like, do you want to give me like a list?
Well, the thing that I need most is inspiration. There's something that I've been thinking about that's...
I can.
I need a big-ass tapestry.
Okay.
Damn it.
We have one
God
of
damn
those.
it. Son of a bitch.
I think it's gone now, like all of our other stuff. But I'm sure that wouldn't be too hard to find, right? Maybe at the Abbey.
Maybe.
If it's not already burned or ripped apart.
Wait, no. No,
Ah,
I
okay,
actually
fine.
left that in... I left the tapestry at the Amber Temple. That was where I took the one that depicted Bahamut.
I honestly don't remember anymore. I don't know
Right.
what you did with them.
I know we had
Yeah,
one at one
'cause
point.
I
But...
had it, and I had it in the bag of holding, and then we needed a large piece of cloth for something, or Cray wanted to use it just to be cheeky and weird. And
Oh,
put
I
it
know
up
what
on
you
the
did with
wall or
it.
something.
You left it in Selenka Pass because you were using it to insulate the tower when you were sleeping in the cold.
That's what we did. Yep,
Hmm.
he used it
So that's
to
still
seal
there.
it up, and then he just sort of left it there because it was all wrapped up with Mishnak. And since
Yep.
Mishnak was gone now, he was just kind of like, he let that go. He was moving on to a new
Yeah.
project in life. So, right,
Did you
I was
all
like- I was
leave
looking-
Mishnak there?
No.
Mishnak was in the bag of
was in the
holding.
bag of holding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mishnak was added to Strahd's arsenal,
Yep.
which was what Cray really didn't want to happen.
He's
Yeah.
somewhere on the
entire
floor
time.
in the Strahd's castle.
Yeah, but
Strahd's
he
gonna
was
find
in the
it.
bag of holding. Yep. It's literally the worst thing that could have happened for both Cray and Mishnak, and it's what they both deserve, so
Right.
I love it.
When do you
It's
get 4th level spells, Cray?
Next level.
Not yet. Not okay.
No, level 13.
Ah.
Oh.
It's just like you could pick up fabricate and then it's like, no, it's 4th level. Oh shit.
I know.
Not quite.
It's fine. I like it. It keeps me in check. Trying to see how I
Gods
can
no.
use this to
Gods
help
no.
me make a non-magical breastplate faster. Because I got that at level 10, and technically a +1 breastplate is rare, which would mean that a breastplate would be uncommon, but it's not magical. So I'm like,
Is there any way to make it magical with like regular steel and stuff?
question.
Hmm.
I mean, I could make a magical one. I have rules for it, but it takes like something of magical armor quality. It takes a lot of time because it's always rare or very like a +1 is rare.
It takes you like a quarter of the time though.
It does, but it would still take me like 4 days.
Like a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
For something of that rarity. But would he, let's say he pushed through the night, took a level of exhaustion.
We love this. Yep, we love that.
That's what he does. He's done it before, and he's excited about a new project. He just got the materials. He's got a forge. It might get a little bit warm upstairs, everybody, but it should be fine. If he pushed through the night and clanked, could it be done by the morning?
Just to make the breastplate?
Yeah.
Oh geez, hold on.
Because
I gotta go
because
Google.
essentially. Oh wait, no, it wouldn't matter. Because I have to finish a long rest to move my infusions. So
Oh,
trying
yes,
to, like,
that
I'm
too.
trying to take the level of exhaustion to get the armor done and put enhanced defense into it, because that just
You get one or the
turns
other.
any armor into a +2. So he will leave it and then go to sleep, once everyone else does. He'll stay up with everybody, and then when we all turn in, he will.
There's like a small fanny pack bag laying on your bed when you go to bed.
He'll put it
Mysterious.
on and kind of adjust it. He can recognize a bag of holding. He can make a bag of holding in an evening. A bag of holding is an uncommon magical item.
Yeah.
It's nice to have back, and he kind of smiles at the gesture, but he didn't remake it for a reason, and so he'll
Yeah,
use
well,
it.
She took you like lamenting the loss of it as you wanted a new one. So
No, he lamented the loss of his
Yeah.
fucking journal. That's what he missed. 'Cause
and all the
all
other
of
shit
his
that was in her bag.
yeah, his stuff was gone, but he'll smile at it, and when he comes out, he'll have it's around to the right side of his hip because that's where the old one was, but it looks like a fanny pack.
It's meant for a little tiny kobold leg, so
Hell yeah.
probably have to string it up.
Oh,
On your arm.
yeah. That's a
Alright.
kobold leg. Yeah, he'll put it on his left bicep.
Yeah, you can also do bicep or like thigh if you really want.
Yeah, his thighs would be much larger than a kobold's thighs, so
They would be.
bicep would probably be about the closest
Yep.
thing he's got, and so he'll have a bag of holding on his bicep.
Yep.
Especially with everyone's strength barely passing a 1.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Actually, you know what? Really quickly, I'm sorry, you guys. I really need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
What spells do I take in the morning that might help Carter not be dead?
Oh god. What spells do I take?
What spells do I take? Oh wait, I can't change my spells until next level.
Could burn our entire 400 diamond and just greater restoration you like a bunch.
Oh, I don't
No,
know
we
if
need
it would
diamond
affect
dust
anything.
for that.
Well, I mean, like I said, you have an artificer. I can literally just grind
the
up
diamond
diamond.
dust.
You could, but are you willing?
Yeah, that's the problem. We only have 2 diamonds.
Oh, if only Seraph didn't choose to go with
Let's see.
Reba.
That was your choice.
That was my
I think
choice.
I need that. Don't need that. Take 2 more.
And Seraph did say that his goal was to
Nice.
defeat Strahd. So,
Yep.
took an opportunity.
Did a bingo
regretted it.
job.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
right?
100%.
You did
And
great.
you know what you also did? You released a psychotic god into the universe.
We
I mean,
don't
maybe it's still in your
know
zombie.
that.
We know that Zrin is not present in Carter anymore, which leads me to believe that the binding was to Carter, but that his power still exists. I'm so concerned by everything we learned last night.
I mean, maybe it's still bound to your zombie corpse.
Maybe.
We don't know.
We don't know. Yeah.
I don't really need that.
Are we sure?
Absolutely not.
No, it's probably
Alright,
somewhere
so-
out in the world just causing pain
That's
and
all
then just
good.
going like, I can help.
Destin and Cray are deciding what spells are going to be the most useful for today.
Also, when we go to bed, because of how things have been the past like 2 months, like
Mhm.
every night Raven does had her own bed where her like hoard is, and at some point in the night had ended up like on Savid's bed just to like cuddle for warmth. So she
In which
goes to
body?
bed.
In
Yeah.
which body?
Ah,
Yeah, no, she goes to bed, and sometime in the middle of the night she ends up cuddled up with Savid in her actual body,
Oh,
just because she's used to it.
my god.
Yes,
Why would
yes,
you do this to my
yes,
poor boy?
yes.
Because
Yes.
it's amazing.
She absolutely had no intentions. It has just been muscle memory at this point.
Oh gods. He'll probably not wait. Granted, he trances. He's a full elf, so he trances most of the time.
So Des is just using his lap as a pillow.
She just like is
Or do you
I mean, he
actually
lays down.
koala hug him?
pretty much just like, this is my body pillow now. You are warm. Give.
Incredible.
Give.
Give. Give indeed.
Yeah, she probably doesn't even like fully wake up. She just does it like almost
Like a
sleepwalking, like
sleepwalking.
muscle memory.
Yep. Incredible.
I love it.
So many options.
Whoa.
So many options.
It's like I don't know what's going to be most useful for the
Right?
day.
Who knows?
Right? All right.
All right. Carter, are you also going to bed then? I'm presuming that's.
Yeah, Carter's had a rough day, a rough couple of days. He's probably gonna stretch out and call it a night a little bit early.
That's fair. That is very fair. Um, let's see. How should I do this? Well, let's do this. First of all, Cray.
Hmm?
I haven't done
Okay.
this in a while. Give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh,
Hmm.
yeah, I interacted, didn't I? Oh, no. Hold on. I just needed to get. That's the last spell I'm taking. Wisdom save. 11. I'll
Nice.
flash it for. No, I don't think I'm aware of this save, am I? I can't
You're
flash it.
really not. No,
You can't
you're
react.
asleep.
It's like I still have 4 uses of it today. It's just travel and fucking
Takes a
around town.
reaction.
But yeah.
It does take a reaction.
11.
And I'm presuming I'll just move Carter as well. Yeah. So here's the thing. I don't know if you dream often or not, that's up to you and your character. However, you have dreams this night which are very unlike your usual ones. In fact, to the point where you're kind of dreaming them in a lucid dreaming like state where you're like, I'm almost oddly aware of the fact that this is not mine. There's flashes of Barovia, but not in a way you're used to. You're seeing it from places you've never visited before, and everything seems to be just a little bit shifted. The buildings are different, newer. You see Kresk. You see yourself striding through the streets of Kresk, and you don't really recognize some of the buildings, and you recognize the Burgermaster's house and home, but it feels like it's newer. There's less wear and tear on it. You recognize the Abbey, but again, it looks very different. It looks not quite as run down as you recall. And then suddenly the dreams take a different turn. And you see, for the first time in a long time, glimpses of a blue sky. Places that you know you've never seen before, but they feel like memories anyway. And it is, for this moment, so disorienting that you actually find yourself tossing and turning quite a bit, and just slowly growing weary. Every once in a while throughout the night, you just wake up, kind of breathing, and it takes you a moment to remember your own name.
Oh.
But for the time being, it seems to be you're coming back to yourself within a couple of seconds. You just have to blink through it. Doesn't seem terrible. It's just very, very strange.
He, through most of it, observes passively, kind of just letting the dreams happen around him without. He's just hoping that this is something intended to be shown to him, that this is an intentional insight. But waking up and forgetting himself, he starts to feel like it's more bleed through. And his own observations of his psyche, he gets concerned.
Probably a very
Hashtag
healthy
concern.
reaction.
Do I take a point of exhaustion for the night's rest?
You do not.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay. Whew. I was worried there. Right.
The hubris has not caught up with you yet.
He'll wake
Hashtag
up
concern.
And he won't address it with Cremata. He just sort of takes his ritual, his like minute of just almost meditative deep breathing.
Hmm.
And then he'll meet everyone downstairs for breakfast.
Okay. Actually, before we get to that, before we get to that, Carter,
What's up?
Your turn.
can you also roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
-3.
-3.
Our room is just cursed.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
7.
Your,
That's a
your
7.
room is cursed.
Apparently.
Okay. Cool. Good.
Yep.
Are you sure?
Ideal. Golf rules.
Carter, you find
Golf
yourself in a familiar place. Sort of familiar, not in the sense that it's Barovia. You hear the crackling of thunder, and there's flashes of lightning, and as you flail in what you at first perceive to be absolute darkness and nothingness, you realize that you are actually underwater. It's very difficult, as you very well know from having been in this situation many times before, very difficult to know which way is up and which way is down. And for a brief few moments, you struggle, can't seem to catch your, breath, obviously. You know that as soon as you open your mouth, water will rush in. But you flail and you push your limbs, and finally you feel your head breaking the surface, and everything comes into, from that muffled perspective, everything comes into stark clarity, and there's another crackle of thunder directly above you, it seems, for how loud it is, the way that it splits your head. And a bright flash of light, and you are, for just a moment, in a roiling dark ocean, with nothing in sight except for the waves, and a storm above you.
Oh, that's not ideal.
Roll me a perception check, please.
Another 7.
All right.
It's going great, guys.
Great.
You see in the distance, where's my, hold on. I think I can probably, where's my weather?
Weather.
Weather, I barely know her.
You see far in the distance from you a brief outline of something. As the lightning splits the sky, you see an outline of what looks to be a ship rocking on the waves, but it is far away.
I need a hero. Sorry.
I mean, if that's about all I can see, I mean, dark ocean storm or not, he's got to start trying to swim towards it.
All right. Roll me a perception check with one caveat. Actually, I'm going to do this from my side. Hold on. Not a perception check, sorry. I need to do something really quick. Because I keep on forgetting. Alright, roll me a strength check, please. Just a straight up strength.
Oh, yay.
Yay.
Another thing
okay.
we're good at. Oh. Oh, look
All right,
at that.
not too bad. It's only 16, but that's still better than like
A 7.
1.
Strength is apparently the only thing we can do tonight.
I know.
Yeah.
I got a dirty 20, you got dirty 19.
You start rowing, like, you start flailing and kicking your legs, and you don't expect yourself to be able to push very far in this. You know from experience that it's very difficult to swim against the ocean in this sort of weather. But shockingly enough, you feel an unexpected strength flood through your limbs. And very slowly, you start to make a little bit of headway.
A picture.
Oh, there's a map.
Fancy.
Ooh.
That's a good. That's good. Ideal.
Oh, I see a Carter.
Oh, you're so small.
Harder in the water. Oh no.
You're in the water. All right. I would say with that kind of a great strength check, that is approximately where you find yourself. Make another strength check for me, please, as you continue to push through. As long as you're continuing towards the ship, that is.
Yeah, I'll definitely keep going.
You can do it, Carter.
We believe in you.
All right. You're slowing down a little bit here. It's beginning to wear on you. You are still feeling the exhaustion from the fact that you are, well, you've died recently, for lack of a better
Recovering
word.
from a loss of life.
Yeah. So I would say difficult terrain. Are you, now you can't really dash in this situation. It's already difficult terrain. So I'd say you make it to about here, half of your movement. Roll me another strength check, please.
No, no.
All right. You continue to push on. It's getting significantly harder at this point. You make it a little ways, but then another wave comes, and it's kind of like the closer you're getting to the ship, the more it seems to be also kicking up waves, pushing you away from it. Roll me one last strength check to see if you can push forward a little bit more.
It just got progressively
Yep.
worse. He's
Down
making
by
it
one
flight
every
Oh
lower.
my god.
You
Just
push
keep dying.
through,
Ooh,
and you push through, and slowly you feel your own body giving up. You feel the eerie newfound strength in you, but you also feel the exhaustion of having just come back from the brink of death, and you realize that it is nothing you can actually fight against. Slowly, as another wave crests before you, so high that it actually obscures the ship, your vision actually fades to black before it comes down, and you feel the water pushing you down under and under until you can no longer even hear the storm. Until slowly you feel like you're almost about to die again, and you wake up just gasping for air back on your bed. You are drenched, and it takes you a second to realize the fact that it is not actually seawater, it is just your own sweat.
Ray's probably either tossing and turning in his bed or sitting there with his head in his hands. Just depends on if he was conscious when Carter woke up.
Carter just kind of rolls over in bed, kind of like drapes an arm and his head off the side of the bed, just kind of not even recoup, just like let go. That was a fucking nightmare.
I'll say for fun reasons, you're both awake. It's not quite morning yet, it's still dark. But
Crazy sitting there, he's got his head in his hands. Yeah, you too, huh? He almost.
Carter doesn't
kinda
even
like-
look up. He's just like, yeah, it was pretty bad.
Cray pinches the bridge of his nose, and he's like, "What was my mother's name?" Fuck.
That's not good.
what was my mother's name?
He's just sitting there
that
thinking.
just reminds me of the SpongeBob thing. Smack! What color underwear am I wearing?
All right, back in the game.
Anne, that's what it was. All right, it's still there. Okay, it's all still there. Oh, and he kind of looks over. He's like, "Yeah, questionable decisions."
Until he wakes up.
That's what he gets. We're all honestly all getting exactly what we deserve.
We have been making some pretty heavy missteps. Carter says while like trying to wipe the sweat off of his face, but he's still not really sitting up. He's exhausted. He died recently. He'll say out loud, "Yeah, I drowned in my dream." Got to tell you, as a man of the ocean, that's not fun.
No, mine wasn't that bad. It was kind of just like reading a story, having somebody tell you one. But I don't know. I think there's some feedback happening, crossover. I woke up unsure about a lot. That doesn't happen very often. I might be wrong, like, that's fine, but I'm usually pretty sure. I don't mind being wrong. I just don't like not knowing.
Well, I mean, I guess if you go back in, gotta keep a level head. I don't really know what you're going through, to be honest.
I think I need to talk to Des. I think she should probably be fully aware of. It kind of like motions between the two tonight. At least help us try to keep this in check. Okay.
Yeah. It'd probably be a good idea to let the person who could literally save our lives know that they might need to save our lives.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna try to get some more rest and, make sure we're ready for tomorrow. That was a lot of fucking mongrel folk.
Sure, it's fine.
Oh boy.
Sure, it's fine.
Uh-huh.
All right.
All right, in which case we can skip to morning. For now, I'm feeling very generous, and neither of you are exhausted.
Mhm.
However, Carter, you're still on, what was it?
I'm a
-2?
be -2, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's got 2 more days of post-death recovery.
Yeah. He'll come down, his old armor still on, pouch on his left arm, and kind of like pat it and give Des a smile.
Yes,
What did- Yeah, I was gonna say, what
Oh.
did Svi do?
Who would wake up first, actually? That's a good question. Does
I was
Des wake
gonna
up
say-
early?
Trances, Des
Yeah,
sleeps.
Savid trances, so
Yeah,
actually,
no, Des
yeah,
does
you're
not
right.
wake up early.
In which case, when you do wake up, Savid is not there, probably. He probably is no longer there. He's probably not even in the...
He just left the
Probably
inn.
not.
He just left
He
the
just
town.
left the inn.
Left the town.
If you were to look outside, you can probably see him laying in the snow face down.
His
The
usual
snow is
hangout.
steaming because he's just
Yeah.
hot and red from embarrassment.
Well, when she gets up, she just sits up and stretches out really far. Just beds are nice. I like
Dumas
beds.
starts a slow clap from the other bed that he's occupying.
Hi, Dumas. How'd you sleep?
How did you sleep?
Fine. Comfy because
Oh, I
it's a
don't
natural,
doubt it.
real bed.
Yep, that seems about right. Sure, you guys had a great night. Really proud of you. Okay, bye.
I love this.
I mean, I don't
Make
think
sure to
she's-
eat a really balanced breakfast. It's really important.
I thought
Okay,
that happened
bye.
a couple times.
I
when we
don't-
didn't have our armor. Like we
I
were
mean,
in
I don't
towns and
think
stuff.
the bird actually knows when it's asleep or not, but thanks.
Oh yeah, does Des sleep naked?
I don't know.
Was that a thing?
I mean,
Do you remove your armor?
Oh,
She
I
does,
remember.
yeah.
I remember there was that one night where we got attacked by the by trolls, and Des was just buck ass naked, and Sarah.
I think- well, she was
mage
naked,
armor on
like-
her.
That was because of the
bird.
the were raven.
Yeah.
yeah, she
Oh,
was
okay,
naked when
okay.
she switched between herself and the bird. She's not naked, but she doesn't wear any armor, and she probably doesn't wear pants because pants are uncomfortable,
So she
Yeah,
just has
that's
like
fair.
the boyfriend
especially on her
t-shirt.
tail. Yeah,
Yep.
she just wears like a
A nightshirt.
long t-shirt, and that's it.
Listen,
Uh,
Savid is so torn between just being horrified and being happy. It's not. Leave him alone. He's going through it.
He just had to faceplant the snow.
He's out there. He's.
Des is confused why Dumas thinks that her and her bird had a good night last night, but
Yep.
And she will get dressed in regular clothes for now before we get all ready and armored up and stuff, and she'll go back down to breakfast.
Cray's
Alright.
already got his armor on.
Fleur, I feel like Fleur would probably either meet Des or Dumas in the hallway. Waking
Probably
up.
Dumas. It takes a little while to get ready and get up.
Yeah. Just see
She's
Dumas
got
with
to
a little
brush her
snicker.
hair. She has to do her makeup.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, Dumas will probably come out with you downstairs. And then as he passes Fleur, he just holds up a thumbs up and be like, I think they finally figured it out.
Figure what out.
Oh, you'll see. Okay, where is he? He has to be around here somewhere. And he kind of like heads into the kitchen.
I'll start performing to ritually cast Private Sanctum on the.
Okay.
I'm not using a spell slot.
Alright. The dude that's like sitting eating some eggs. You've seen him around here before. He's like a hunter. He's one of the few people that actually goes outside of Kresk. But he just kind of like leans away from you and is kind of surprised. He still remembers your performance from last night, and he's a little bit like,
Should I roll a performance then?
Sure, you can roll a performance if you'd like.
I'll also,
Ooh.
hell yeah. I'll also do Eyes of the Grave again as I come downstairs.
Alright. Nothing seems to be amiss.
Cool. Except for that Fleur does an amazing performance.
Yep.
That seems amiss.
That seems a miss, bitch.
Cray and Demos can make eggs and whatever other stuff we have. Basically,
Mushrooms.
Cray will cook since Savid is face planted in the snow.
Did you ask him why, or you just figured that's
Nope.
fine?
That's
Okay.
fine.
If I see Savid, I would probably ask why Dumas was giving Fleur a thumbs up.
Cray will just come out with a plate of eggs, or a pan of eggs, and just start serving to everyone, doing exactly how Savid usually does.
Yay,
He won't
breakfast!
mention anything, but
Moss just like kind of looks outside every once in a while. It's like, you good? Was it that good? Was it that bad? Come on, you gotta give me something. Eventually just goes back in.
Just wordlessly, motionlessly in the snow.
Yep.
Neat.
alright. So I guess once Fleur is done performing, then we can
Which
talk
I don't
about...
know how long it would be because the spell takes 10 minutes to cast, so I don't know how long the ritual will be.
Be like an hour, so during breakfast, I guess.
Yeah. If you're performing it as a ritual, it's wait, what's the level of the spell?
It's a level 4. 4.
Can you
4.
cast it ritually?
I do have the capabilities to ritual cast.
Is the
I think
spell
it's only for ritual spells, though.
It's
it?
Mordenkainen's...
does
I
it
think
say
so.
ritual? Does it have the little R next to it?
No, it does not.
Yeah. So you
I
have
was
the
about to
ability
say,
to ritual cast, but only spells that have the ritual tag.
Yeah.
It's not like any spell, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately,
There
I think it has to
is,
have the
I think,
little.
a wizard subclass that lets you do that, where you can choose like 2 or 3 spells to make rituals, and you
Oh
just
yeah,
Pretty
get
cool.
them. But yeah,
yeah.
that
So
one,
unfortunately,
know
you'll
if
have
I
to
have
use a
any
spell
spells.
slot.
slot.
Then I would just use a spell slot.
So
Do you
I'm
have
just
any
like-
spell slots?
It's a
that
new
are
day.
ritual?
It's a new day. Well, I was
It's
about
a
to say,
new
because I'm just like,
day.
do the spells actually say that they're...
They
Yes.
should.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a little R next to them.
Here, I'll take a picture and
Oh,
so you
I'm
know,
looking
like,
at the wrong
identify.
thing then.
Yeah, you can see the little R tag in the spell list.
But no, I don't have any spells that have R's on them.
Yeah. Like the only
Well-
one I have is Gentle Repose.
I have a lot. Or
Do you even have ritual casting?
Right?
Me?
Can
Yeah.
artificers ritual cast?
Mhm.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Does Savid ever come in, or does he spend the entire morning outside?
He
Mortified.
attempts to come in, sees that you're there, and goes, "Hey," and then walks back out.
Come on, he's gone.
What did you
Just-
do to that poor boy?
Yeah. Around a mouthful of eggs, Carter's just like, what's going on?
I don't know.
What did you do to Savid?
If I see
Didn't
this
do
after my
anything.
performance, I'd be all like, Dumas gave me a thumbs up once when I saw him in the hallways, so...
Went to bed,
Yeah.
had a nice comfy bed, and then woke up and he was already gone.
Yeah, and you were in his bed. Wait, are you telling me you don't remember what happened? Because that's questionable.
I mean, was that his bed? Huh.
Yeah? I mean, I woke up in the middle of the night, and then you guys were all snuggled up together. So I kind of assumed, I don't know.
I mean, maybe I did it because I used to just, like, hang out with him when I was a bird because it was cold. I don't remember doing that.
Kind of puts his paws together, takes a deep breath, and goes, "So, are you telling me you didn't actually do anything? You just crawled into his bed?"
I went to sleep, and it was cozy,
Uh-huh.
There he
and I
goes and
slept,
makes more eggs.
and then I woke up.
Uh-huh. Okay, well, never mind. I rescind my congratulations.
For what? Sleeping? I thought it was a little weird that you congratulated me for sleeping. It's weird to be in a real body again after being a bird for 2 months. But I
Yep,
still
that's
got it.
definitely it. That's definitely what I was referring to. And he kind of like glances at Fleur, glances at Carter, looks back at Cray.
I don't
Okay.
even know if Fleur even has that type of experience.
Thank
That's
you.
Thank you.
So, we're going up to the Abbey today, huh? Yep, that's great. That's on the list. Okay, cool.
I thought you were gonna give her the talk, the kobolds and the bees.
I did. I told her all about cloacas and eggs, and
It was a little
didn't really seem
confusing.
to get it.
I don't
Like,
think
I still
that's
don't
the
know
correct
what
one.
any of those mean. Besides, I know what eggs are. That's what, like, chickens have. And I think kobolds, apparently. Do you eat
Yeah.
eggs? Do you eat your own eggs? That's weird.
I own eggs? No. I don't lay eggs. But also, no, I would never eat kobold eggs, but you eat chicken eggs.
Right? Are they tasty? I wonder if they're tasty.
Chicken eggs? Or kobold eggs?
Kobold eggs. I
One of
know
the-
chicken eggs are
Oh.
tasty.
You are not eating kobold eggs. That's rude. That's no.
Very
If I
was
civilian
chicken-
laid eggs.
Okay. You just set it down next to him and he goes, "Thanks, okay." And he just kind of like grabs a handful of it, turns his face, and just shoves it into his mouth.
Yep, he doesn't acknowledge anything. He was trying to get away from the egg argument.
The whole time they were doing that, and Carter's eating, like he lets him finish, and he just kind of looks confused, and Tieflings
I know,
have
so does
cloacas?
Fleur.
Tieflings have what?
Cloacas? What? that
No,
a
I
thing?
don't. I didn't know what that meant, and Dumas did not elaborate. I don't know what that word means.
Look, that's actually a great question. Carter, do humans have cloacas? Do you lay eggs? Because I don't know.
He
Carter's
said we
gonna
did.
Carter's gonna give him a look, like a sideways glance, and he's gonna look around the tavern, and then look back, like kind of like mum's the word type look, not saying anything, but it's like shh.
Deception check.
So confused.
This will never get resolved as long as you guys are in
It's a minus
Barovia. This is
2.
just
My
That was
goodness.
almost a nat 1.
incredible. I'm glad
Oh,
we're setting
no.
the precedent for this.
I have had a single good roll so far, and it was that
Right.
7.
It was a
Well-
straight roll.
Wait, that was an 8?
That's a
Yeah.
8, yeah.
Oh, good. Dumas
Yep.
rolled a 7.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Oh
So,
no.
yeah,
Now
Dumas
everyone's
just goes,
confused.
okay, yeah. Kind of like makes a motion like he's zipping his lips.
Carter will nod, eat a little more breakfast, and then say, "So, what's on the agenda? Are we going right up to the Abbey? Are we
Think
trying
so.
to handle something else? What's the plan?"
Going straight up after we eat. Strike while the iron's hot. Just he kind of like looks over at the one gentleman. He's there, and Dionadar just kind of gets right up in his space and just starts like begging for food, and then he turns back to you guys. So, yeah, I don't know how you guys wanted to go about going up there. It's a hike, and like I said, a lot of them.
Well,
But I'm
I
gonna
mean-
follow your lead on this one.
Yeah, first
Carter,
step, we
that's fair.
just go.
Oh,
Yes.
we do need to have a small discussion with you, Des.
Okay.
Just so that you're looped in on all
Well, I'm
current
still
events.
confused about the other conversation during breakfast, but hopefully this one will make more sense.
I'm
Maybe.
confused about the conversation too.
He kind of like looks between everyone. All right, let's talk while we walk. I feel like that'll be the most private.
Okay, hold on. I gotta. And she just like quick eats the rest of her eggs and then runs it back upstairs to put her armor on.
Do you
Well,
need help?
Sure.
Okay, I'll finish mine and follow Des.
Oh boy. So what do you think? Do you think we should kill him or try to talk to him?
I mean,
Just for me.
what did it look like they were getting into while you were there? Did they look like they would be in a talkative mood?
I mean, they were making sounds. Most of them were like, it's kind of like barks and growls, some ritualistic type of chanting. They were dancing around one of the bodies, so it didn't really strike me as the most civilized conversation.
I mean, based on what we saw last time, I don't know if there's much use in talking, but we can let Des or Fleur give it a shot if they want to, maybe.
Why not? If nothing else, then as they get swarmed, it'll group them all up and I can hit them all with all the bites. I don't know.
Why can't we just sneak in? You can get naked, so you're, more stealthy.
See, the problem is that it could work. You're right. I am a little bit less noisy when I'm naked. Most of the time. I didn't mean to make that joke. Heard it
Now
as
you know
I
how I feel. Now you know how I feel. This is retribution.
The problem is that it takes about, and he kind of motions up that long for me to get the armor back on, and if we get ourselves into a bit of trouble, I go from moderately difficult to hit to a squishy ball of flesh that is just going to get punctured with a lot of holes.
Right. Okay, so new plan. You get naked, and then I go with you, and if something happens, I will just boop, dimension doors back out to the roof or whatever.
I mean,
Or
we just
whatever.
dimension door wherever we're going. Like, Carter could fly in. If I cast the spell on him, or do you know? Does Tomas know fly? No, he doesn't.
No, he does not know. He can polymorph, but
He can polymorph. We could go in as Big Eagle. I don't know.
And mouse.
I've
Established
found,
dominance right away.
and you can weigh in on this too, Carter. But I found that the more clever we try to go about things, the more points of confusion in the plan, the worse it tends to go, and that just kind of smashing through it. well, it might not be easy. At least it's direct.
Yeah, the more we try to overplay it, so far, Des has died. Des has become a were-raven. I've died.
You
We've
died
made
last time we planned.
we've made deals with weird
Uh.
things. We've met a lich who was actually pretty cool, but we kind of got janked the first time he tried to teleport us out, so that hurt. But
Been a bad track record, yeah.
We're
Oh,
doing
boy.
great.
Planning. It just doesn't work. Say no
Right.
to planning.
Welcome back, Savid.
And he's just like, where's Des?
She's getting her armor on so that we don't die.
Flirt,
Okay,
tighten,
cool.
tighten the shoulder.
I'm
This
tightening it.
More.
That's why I just put mine on. How are you, Savid? Are you okay?
I'm great. Don't ask. He just kind of
Got
like
it.
sits back down on the floor.
Understood.
Everything's fine. Perfect. I'm really happy with the way things are going. Don't ask why.
Did that sound sarcastic or?
He actually sounded genuine. He just sounded really frazzled.
Yeah, that's fair. I feel it. I do. All right.
Okay, Fleur, we're ready. Let's go.
Awesome.
All right, let's head up the mountain. And as we go up the mountain, Cray will literally recount his dream word for word and as best to his memory as he can to Des. He will hold nothing back. And he will tell her that he forgot his own name, his mother's name, some fundamental details about his life in the moments after he woke up. And it came back to him, but that he's a little concerned. And then he'll let Carter explain however much he wants to explain, but just that Carter also seemed to have a night.
yeah, I mean Carter will fill them all in that lost in a dark sea. There was a storm. He tried to get to a boat. He couldn't make it. He drowned. Woke up. It sucked.
You think it is directly like related to the people in your brains, or because I mean, sometimes like I've had dreams where like it's a little confusing when I wake up because like everything seemed real then and then everything doesn't seem real in real life.
I don't normally have that feeling in the morning. When I wake up, I'm pretty aware. I dream occasionally, but it's not super complicated. This was much different. I was more like a passenger in somebody else's dream. And I was, I think, seeing memories? Maybe of somebody else. I don't know. It was weird. It was Barovia, but new. And they were sealed away before Barovia'd. And then I was back in the material, in the real world.
I still don't really know. Sorry, keep going.
No, I saw the sky. Somebody else's sky. A sky I didn't quite recognize. I don't know. I don't know whether it was just because we were talking about, the material last night, and I've been concerned about Chromata and the effects of the deal. And so I made it. I just don't want to find myself in a similar situation as I did with Mishnok, where, as Carter put last night, the person who can save my life and does so on the regular doesn't know what's going on.
Knowing what's going on is good. I do like that. I mean, I don't really know how I feel about him still, but did you ask him if it was his?
I have not yet. I wanted to talk to you first. If you think
Okay.
that's a good idea, I can talk to
I
him
don't-
about it this evening, but
I don't think it could hurt, but like you said that the deal you made was that he couldn't take over, and he didn't want to, right?
he didn't. No, not from what I could tell.
Okay. But that's like what your dream felt like, was that it was him and not you?
It no, I felt like myself. I felt like I was viewing, like I said, somebody else's memories, somebody else's. And now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm starting to understand, I think, as to what actually happened. Um, they were two distinct different ones, right?
Yes.
Like,
There was. Yeah, they felt completely different from each other. Neither of
he,
them, I would say this for free, neither of them felt like Cremata necessarily.
yep, that was my next. He thinks like it wasn't Gramada. It's a side effect of his power. He stops as we're going up. He's like, "They're the memories I've eaten."
Maybe. Do you think so? You think that they stick with you when you do that?
Maybe
Do you think it's gonna take over your memories?
take over or
Displace?
displace.
Maybe. I know it's super helpful, but maybe don't do that one then? Unless he can tell you for sure that it's just like temporary, maybe.
Okay,
Can't can't imagine having a brain full of countless other people's memories. That would be a lot for your brain to handle.
I mean my brain handles a lot as is, so it should be up to the task. But I agree. I think I'll lay off of this place for a bit,
Seems maybe
just until
dangerous.
I can
Blythe.
talk. And we
Yeah.
can make sure that the risks are worth it. Being able to absorb a target's memories in certain situations could be really useful and could be
Yeah?
worth the risk of losing my own sense of self
That's so
to
creepy.
gain insight. But now
Good.
I've been sitting here trying to rack my brain as to what I hit with it, and I knew I hit two different ones with it. It was a ghost. Fucked up a ghost. I ate a ghost's memories,
hmm
Mm-hmm.
and
Something else.
one
I
of the
can't remember.
one of the undead in the forest. Yeah, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, yeah. One of the one of the undead villagers. So that both tracks. All right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
maybe
roll me a history check, Cray.
Okay.
I would, if anything else, use it sparingly and against things that are
15.
not just small things.
Yeah.
Um, oh here. I will tell you because you will remember this.
You will.
Start writing Cray's memoirs. That way, even if you lose all your memories, they're
Ah,
like put to paper.
that's right.
Yeah. Or, suddenly your memory is a jigsaw puzzle of everyone else's memories. That would be really confusing.
It was the abbot when we
Ah,
fought him.
that's right, it was, yeah.
It was the abbot, and then it
A
was
ghost.
the ghost in the forest attacked us.
hmm Yeah, I mean, if you want to eat Strahd's memory, I don't know if that would be good for your brain, but it could give us some information.
I mean,
But
it could, but
I'd
that's
say,
only if we intend to let him, not die when we kill him, and I want
yeah,
to kill him dead.
no, yeah,
Is
but
eating someone's memories a good thing?
maybe.
Part of a balanced breakfast.
Indeed.
He kind of like
Maybe,
he looks over his shoulder as we're walking. He's like, "It feels really good when I do it." So
mm,
I don't know,
All
some things
things
that
that
are,
feel really good in the moment are
yeah,
definitely healthy for
right?
you.
some things
That's
that are
that's what
not
she's
so
saying.
good
Memories
are,
are your drug now.
yep,
I know.
Yeah.
oh no. But I guess for now, I would give it a couple days and see if it keeps happening, or if it starts to fade and go away, and then we can know if it's at least temporary or permanent.
Okay. Right.
And if you can think of any spells that you might want me to grab that would help with that, I don't know. I'd have to do some research, but
Yeah.
I could try.
Anything that you might think could help, I just want you looped in.
Yeah. And as for Carter, I mean,
He'll
the
also
sto-
pray, if we didn't already, would tell her about what we found out with in regards to his resurrection.
yeah. So, I mean, the storm part of it, you said that was kind of Zrin's whole thing, but if he's, I don't know if that means if he's gone, or if he's just maybe recovering and he'll be back, or if he's just mad at you and like pouting.
Miss Fair, I kind of died, but I guess
Yeah,
both of us at risk. That could be it, maybe.
maybe. Otherwise, it kind of just, I mean, it's not uncommon to have dreams where you die. Maybe it's not related.
I hope not. I actually died the other day,
Mhm.
and I don't want to, die in my dreams also.
Right?
Don't want anyone to do any more dying, except for our enemies, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah. Uh,
Now I'm jealous. I want these interesting dreams that you guys have been having.
You don't.
Sounds like good
You,
inspiration.
no.
well, you could try before you go to bed. Try thinking about really cool stories and being a superhero in them, and sometimes it makes your dreams like super cool.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I mean, if like one time I went to a tavern and they told a really cool story about like a princess and a hero, and she saved the hero, and she was awesome and did all these cool things, and then I had a really cool dream where like I killed a dragon and it was cool.
Cool.
All right. Everybody roll me a just basic yeah, constitution saving throw as you're hiking your way up to the abbey.
Awesome. We're doing
Nice.
great, guys.
Right.
14.
Constitution 18.
Okay. Blur, unfortunately you take a level of exhaustion trudging up.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Because
Starting off
it's a
strong.
long way up.
Guys, is anybody
We
else
we
exhausted?
take breaks. We have snack break. We have some. We
You do
give
have
him
snack
some
breaks.
water like a gerbil.
Unfortunately, Fleur is not an individual that is used to. I mean, you're used to hiding, but you're not used to hiking this far up and in this kind of
It's fair.
weather. You've avoided Kresk most of your life. It's still kind of. Plus, it's like slick. It's that halfway melting point, early spring.
I slip a few
Um,
times.
yeah.
No, stop. Wait.
I start sliding down the hill. Wee!
No.
No, Florida.
Fly. But eventually, I will say you make it up there, and slowly you start to see the main wall outlining the abbey come into view.
Great.
How are we approaching it? What's everybody doing?
I can go up and over the wall. Like, literally just fly up and over it. If you want me to approach from another direction, so you guys can try to sneak in through the main gate.
So is that what we decided? We decided we're going to try to sneak, and then if everything goes wrong, then we fight? Or were we going to try... I mean, okay, either way, I don't think we should, like, super split up, because that seems not good,
Okay.
just
Can't
in case.
confirm.
All right then.
Yeah,
Personal
we had a
experience?
bad
Then
experience with that.
we have to stealth at our least stealthy, so I guess
Well,
we'll try to approach quietly.
Yeah,
I'll do
I
my
can
best.
try to help someone, but I think I can only do it on one person.
I think your
So
armor's kinda as well,
mine
right?
is also a little loud.
I can make you fly.
I can fly,
I'm talking to Death.
but we don't want to split up.
But then she goes with you.
Yeah, well, then we'd leave the two of you, and we've split up.
And do not.
I'm giving advice. I don't know. I'm
Crazy.
just trying to help.
Also, the problem with flying is, we've got Damas here, and we've got Dionadar, both of which we have to account for as well. So,
I think we should just try to either sneak through the gate and make our way around the main building and try to see if there's the stuff we. Oh no, what did I do? Bye, game.
Oh no.
we'll
But
sneak the last 100 feet up to the gatehouse, at least for the
Yeah.
first, to get a look in through the main gate to see if they're in there.
Let's try that first and see how it goes, and we may have to slightly improvise. Let's go in order of sneak, and then try to talk, and then fight.
Okay.
Right. Everybody roll me a stealth check, please.
Oh boy,
Okay.
oh boy.
Oh boy. I don't think my
14.
disadvantage matters.
I will flash the genius to a 12.
Okay.
Because I can get it up over a 10. I do need to get one for D, though.
Sorry, I need to reopen my entire everything. I'm going to cast enhance ability on myself for Cat's Grace.
Okay.
So it at least negates the disadvantage on my armor.
All right. Yeah, that's good to know.
Stealth check.
Or
Just wanna say-
feather from a
I was-
beast.
My low rolls have continued, and that was a
Oh.
3.
That was my first roll.
It's all good.
Neat.
Hopefully we'll need it in the future.
Okay.
I like how the two
Let's
people with disadvantage
see.
because of armor rolled very low, and then the one person
Yeah.
because with disadvantage because of exhaustion rolled very well.
We did great.
We did great.
Absolutely.
We didn't even need the disadvantage from the freaking
No,
armor.
you
It was our
did it.
first roll.
Nope. First
You
rolls.
really didn't. But however, for now, the DC is relatively low, and I'm doing this as a group check. The fact that it's super windy is actually helping you guys, because even though you're clanking every once in a while, there's lots of, like, the trees are swaying and rustling, and there's some howling that's kind of covering up the noise of your approach, so it's not super bad. You approach the first gateway.
Could I have said that I cast it at 3rd level so I could get Cray as well for... Because I didn't know you
sure.
could do it for multiple people.
Oh, then yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Just mark yourselves off for Cat's Grace, for however.
Advantage
For
on
1 hour.
Okay. In which case, Craze would actually be. Oh no, wait.
No, it was
It
the
was
first
still
roll.
his first roll.
It was still my first roll.
It didn't
yeah.
matter
Oh.
for the first one, but for going forward.
It's
Okay.
all good.
You approach the first gatehouse. It is closed, the same way as it usually is when you guys initially come in. It appears to be relatively deserted. However, two of you, whichever two, I don't mind, whoever wants to act as lookout. If you can roll me perception checks as you
I'll do
roll 'em.
it.
Okay. I'll roll the other
Perception.
Des, why don't you do it?
Me? Oh, yes. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Just trying to find a little token that matched Cat's Grace, and I cannot find anything.
Oh, a little
8.
symbol.
8.
Nice.
Powerful.
All right.
Oh, yeah, right? Doing great.
We're on fire tonight, y'all.
Thankfully, Fleur, Des, you don't notice this because you're kind of busy with your spell, like keeping that up, and kind of, it's not concentration, but
It
you're
is
focusing on
concentration.
that. Oh, is it?
Yeah, for up to an hour.
Yep, then it is. Fleur, however, as you sneak up to the wall, you notice that there is, in fact, a mongrel folk kind of up on this side of the wall. He's curled up against the slightly higher tower here, and he appears to be dozing or sleeping. He hasn't noticed you yet. Just kind of wrapped up in rags to keep himself warm, and is probably lookout, judging by the fact that he's clutching a little pitchfork. But appears to have just gone to sleep in the middle of
Okay.
watch.
Using my token, I tell Cray so that I don't voice outward,
Okay.
just telepathically.
He kind of like looks over at you and shrugs. He'll come over and look up, seeing it. How high is the wall?
Oh, that is a great question. How high is the wall? I want to bullshit it, but if it ends up being important later. Please hold while I look up. No, not the road.
I mean, do we want to try to sneak past him, or do we want to just silence him forever?
I was about to say I don't have silence.
Forever.
It is a 5 foot high wall. It's not very high. You know what? That makes little sense. I'll make it 10. It's 10 feet tall.
Just slightly above your head.
He's still within the range of my lightning lure, and he's unconscious, which means that he'll automatically fail the strike save and get yanked down and take damage. So I can pull him off that wall, and we can curb stomp him if you
I
guys
think
want.
we can do it before he can, like, yell.
Maybe.
Let's do it.
All right.
Sure.
He'll unsheath Dark Bitey, and I'm gonna
Wait,
use my
hold on.
lightning lure.
Actually, lightning lure him down and then don't kill him. But, like, cover his mouth.
Okay.
I
He'll
say
use
very quickly
the
as you do that.
lightning lure to lash out and pull him down. He'll take the damage from it.
All right, roll damage. And he is unconscious, so he will fail
9
automatically.
lightning.
All right.
And he's
There is a
pulled down right in front of
small
me.
peep because lightning lure, I'm presuming, makes a noise because it is lightning.
It has a vocal component and it cracks, but lightning is
Yeah.
lightning.
It's
Lightning
a
is
flash
lightning.
of light.
Thunder is the one that's
But
loud.
as
Yeah.
he is yoinked downwards, he just goes and like lands on the ground next to you. Probably takes a little bit of. So that's 9 damage.
I'll like jump over and like try and cover his mouth.
All right. And that's like a 1d6 falling damage technically for him.
That's fine. Rough him up a little bit.
Yeah. He's still alive. He just looks significantly worse. But looks worse for wear as he looks up at you. You're covering his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and roll me a strength check, probably.
Strength.
I would.
Damn.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
I would guide you, but
I don't
I
even
can't.
think he.
But-
No,
oh,
yeah.
he got close.
Oh, he
He
was
got
very
pretty close.
close.
You guys
Um,
both rolled 18s.
You
Hell
like
yeah.
manage to shove him down and shove your hand over his mouth, even though he's struggling, putting up quite a fight. But then eventually calms down, seeing how
Just
many
like,
of you there are,
"Shh."
and just kind of goes.
Hold on, I just want to talk. What's going on with you guys here? If I uncover your mouth and you yell, wait, hold on, bring him further away, in case he
Okay.
does do that.
But
But
Gray
please
will
don't.
drag him while Fleur holds his mouth, and we'll just pull him out into.
Mhm.
Please don't yell. I just want to talk.
Roll a persuasion check, Des.
Yeah, I'm great at those.
Or intimidation, whichever one.
You know.
You'd probably be persuasion, you're not being very intimidating.
And there's the same either way, so. Hey, there you go.
Oh, hey, okay. Alright. Are you uncovering his mouth?
Slightly. Yes.
As long as we're like at least maybe 30 feet away. And
Yeah,
I
you
just
can drag him a
tell
little further down the road.
I tell Cray
into the
to
woods.
get ready to just like cover it again if he does start to like scream.
Gray will pull his sword back, and I'll just ready an attack in case he makes a peep louder than a soft voice. If he screeches, screams, howls, anything, right off with his head. Just.
Oh. That's not what I meant, but okay.
Alright.
Yep.
As you slowly pull your hand away from his mouth, Fleur kind of is just breathing. He's doing that like nervous, like.
It's okay. It's okay.
What?
What's going on here?
What do you mean? What's going on?
with all of you guys? My friend said that there were a lot of you, and you're going crazy. What's happening?
Yeah, that's pretty par for the course. That's what we do.
Why?
Um, uh,
Just for fun, or because you're sad?
uh, I'm not sad personally. Um, a lot of stuff's been going down.
Yeah.
The old master's kind of gone, so
Mm-hmm.
Cloven's in charge now. But then there has been kind of you know uh some fighting a little bit, some
Yeah.
brawls.
Just for fun, or because like everyone's really angry? What do
Uh,
you guys What do you guys do here? That now that he's gone, you're just kind of here, hanging out.
I mean, yeah, we live here. Kind of looking around between all of you very quickly, very nervously. Not sure, like, what the questions are leading to.
Are you starving to death? Do you want to stay here, but like have somebody take care of you, or are you good by yourselves?
I mean, I'm, I, I like food. I'm not starving yet. Or I guess maybe I am. If you got food, yeah, I'm definitely starving. Yep.
That
Sure.
took a
Hold on.
quick
I mean,
turn.
do you think if we gave everybody food, they'd be okay? Did you guys? I guess what I'm asking is the abbot. He was taking care of you guys, or did he make you guys?
Um, I mean, I was born here, but
Okay.
I heard stories that he, I heard stories.
Range of
What?
stories.
Okay, so, wow. Uh, there's an older one. Uh, for example, Cloven, and like Mishka, and they were here for a while, and the master kind of, he healed him. A long time ago, this was. That's what I hear, yep, A long time ago, they was sick, and then the master took them in, and they came up to the abbey to seek healing, and the master kind of healed them. So,
Okay. So you guys just live here. Are you? Do you guys like want to hurt other people, or did you just want to like live here?
depends on the people. No?
Uh. Okay. Um. If we were to go in there and look for some stuff, would we be attacked?
Um, I don't know. It's not up to me.
If
I
you
mean,
came with us, and would you be able to bring us to Cloven?
uh, yeah. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna let you guys in.
What if
You
I
know,
brought a bunch of food?
Love and like that probably. Yeah.
Because I do have create food and water, because I figured that we were gonna need it. But
Yeah. Whereas
uh,
I don't want to climb back down that mountain.
I'm
yeah, no,
tired.
I can
It's a
just
big
make
hill to get up here.
food and water. But so everyone in the town thinks that you guys are all just like running around going crazy because the abbot's gone. But if this is just what your life is like and you're just here, we don't want to hurt you. If you promise not
Good.
if you promise not to like run down and kill all the townspeople.
I don't think so.
Okay. Good.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
So here, she'll reach forward and I'll use healing word, or I guess I just talk at him and healing word him.
Okay.
Try to heal a
Feel
little bit of
better.
his wounds. Right? She just like pats him on the shoulder, just like, here you go.
Okay.
Feel better.
Hmm.
And
Oh.
then can you take us to
Oh,
Cloven?
magic.
Yeah.
You're like the abbot.
Kinda, I guess.
You're here to save us. And he kind of grabs your hand and looks
Oh,
up at you, and
maybe?
This one has, like, instead of hair, he's got, like, feathers. It's
Okay.
really eerie, and his eyes are
Strange.
kind of wide set apart. He looks kind of like mildly parrot-like,
Interesting.
but not quite. Not up to the beak level, but
Mm.
Yeah.
he also only has, like, 3 fingers on each hand. But
She'll just nod, kind of, and be like, yeah, I'm hoping that we can help you guys and that nothing has to happen.
The sun dude sent us a
Oh,
new shining light.
well, huh. I can't, I'm not here to stay necessarily forever because we have stuff we gotta go do.
Smile falls immediately and goes,
Ow.
Sorry. I think we could probably, maybe we could find somebody to help. Are there any other magic users in Kresk? She like whispers over to Cray.
If you count Savid as a magic user.
No, not Sabine. He can't stay up here.
No, of course
Me.
not. I can't stay.
Well,
Then
you
we
can't
can,
stay here
like,
either.
We could, I don't know, there's Flora. But
Who's
I have no idea where
Down in-
Flora is. I could send him a message if he wanted to come here, but I thought that he was happy.
yeah, I wouldn't want to.
Also,
away
doesn't
from
Strahd
this-
kind of have like a hold on whoever is the abbot?
I think.
Or was that just him?
I think that was just him. I think that was
Okay.
just because he was here for a while and he kind of got corrupted. And I think it's going to happen to anyone who's here for a while.
Maybe. I don't really want to do that to Flora.
That was
I think.
Flora.
It's fine, don't worry about it.
I think working this abbey puts a target on your head, much like we have. And
Yeah.
when you have such a target, your choices are pretty much die, go crazy, or beat him. And seeing as no one has beaten him yet, I'm pretty sure the other 2 options are what's happened.
Right. So I don't want to put anybody that we like here.
Right.
Okay, well, can you just take us to Cloven? We need to talk to him if he's the one kind of in charge.
Okay. I guess I can try.
Good. You can do it. I believe in you.
Okay.
Let's go. And she just kind of like takes his hand and starts dragging him along.
okay. Alright, so we're foregoing the stealth thing.
Well, I was gonna say, if Carter wanted to try to stealth behind or alongside us so that our party wasn't as big, he might be able to remain hidden. I don't know how good Fleur is, but Cray would, because his armor makes it.
You have a straight
He'd
roll.
walk behind, and he's got his sword out just in case. I guess Damas could also sneak alongside with Carter.
I can
Also-
make someone invisible.
Also, Dumas has a hold of Raven Dust right now.
Okay.
She's leaving her with him.
If the mongrel folk has any or makes any kind of like questionable motions, or tries to run away, or yells for help in a way that Cray deems as, not good for them, he's gonna attack him.
For now, he seems to be quite taken with death. Like, not necessarily confident in this plan, but at least is going along with it.
It's fine. We'll just, if we find another person along the way, you tell them that we're gonna bring Cloven and all you guys some food, and to go ahead and tell him that we're coming. Also, not to attack us.
Okay.
So how are you, who's going in, are you guys splitting into 2 groups? Are you going as one big group? What's the plan here?
I think we're going as one group, but some are like lagging behind a little bit just to kind of not look so
I mean, it's-
imposing, maybe?
It's up to you guys. Like that was just an
Oh.
idea that I had,
Yeah,
and we could all just go in together. I mean,
Jess
it's
is good with
okay.
just going together, but
I mean, it's whatever y'all want. I don't mind sneaking around if that's what you want.
Let's
You
just
must
land.
just kind of like looks back and goes, I think I'm gonna stay a little bit behind because I got, important goods to take care of.
That sounds
yeah.
good.
Well, why don't you and Carter and maybe no, Flurry, you should come up with us.
I should.
Yeah, you're good at talking.
Okay.
But let's do Dumas and Carter and maybe Dionadar kind of stay a little bit back, but like within 30 feet.
Let's try and yeah.
And Carter, sorry, not Carter, Cray, you're going with the
With this, and I've got
diplomacy party.
yeah. And I have Ketchi on my shoulder.
Okay.
Team talker.
All right, team talker.
He's
All right.
he's less diplomatic though, because his weapon is very clearly drawn, and
He's
he
my
kind
bodyguard.
of he's literally just waiting for the opportunity to attack him. But yeah, he's playing bodyguard.
So here's what I'll say happens. You guys move in, and as soon as you're past the thing, you realize that the yard, I guess the courtyard, I could say, and the graveyard around it looks a little bit less upkept. There's a couple of differences. The mongrel folk kind of leads you in and then looks around. And as you guys instinctively start to, I'm presuming, Des, you're leading the charge here, right?
Yeah, she has like her hand on the other guy's shoulder and is just like leading with him,
Okay.
like escorting the kindergartner.
Yep. You begin to head for the main gate doors that leads into the courtyard, as you've remembered before, but he begins to pull back against your hand and goes,
No, not there, not there. That's Mishka's, that's Mishka's, territory.
Okay. Right. So where are we going then?
We gotta go inside, but I gotta.
He kind of motions to the main building, and you guys notice now that he has to point this out to you, but as you approach here, there's actually a rope that dangles down next to this wall that leads upwards.
That's nice.
To the second floor, and he just kind of goes,
Okay.
I think I have to go up there, but if they see you guys, they might be mad. So maybe I should go up ahead?
Yeah, you go first. Tell them that some people want to talk with, what was his name again?
Cloven?
Cloven, yeah. Tell them that we need to talk to Cloven, and we come bearing food and magic.
Okay. Okay.
Tell them please don't hurt you or us.
All right. Yeah. Yep, I'll do it.
Okay.
And then he kind of like very slowly pulls away from you and steps over, keeps on looking back over at Cray, like he kind of knows what's going on.
Like waves him forward.
I'm back. Yeah. What's up?
You're so threatening.
He's unsure about you with your sword.
That's fair. Can I insight check the mongrel folk? I kind of heard what was going on from D's perspective, that he's gonna go in and let them know that we're here.
Yep.
Can I insight check him to see if he's like bullshitting us and is gonna get us?
You can insight check him.
Murdered. Nah. I'm sure
He
it's
won't
all
That's
murder
a
us.
12.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my god.
We're doing
I'll flash
great.
genius it to a 16 because it's something important to him, and that's what he uses them for. But yeah, that is a lot of modifiers.
We're doing great, guys.
Right?
Something he's good at too.
I
know.
But I took a 3 on the d20 and got it to a 16. So.
Yep. Honestly, he seems spooked, but he doesn't seem to have any. He seems more scared than scheming, if that makes sense.
Don't really get any malicious intent.
Or so, like, he's not sure what to make of the situation, so, and he's not authoritative enough to make his own decisions. He's just kind of going with whatever you guys say, since you're the ones that, grabbed him off the wall.
Yep.
Sounds good. All right.
Um,
I mean, he doesn't sheath the sword, but he won't attack him as he leaves.
all right. You guys watch as he clambers up the rope, up to the second floor to a window that you not. I don't think you looked through that window necessarily, Cray, but you have looked through a
It
different
was like
window of
this
that
one.
area. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So you presume it leads to the same room that you saw last time.
that was the one that
Wh-
they had the woman or the body under the black.
yes, it was the
Yeah. Okay.
belfry. Yeah.
Yes.
So he clambers on in there, opens up the window, kind of yoinks himself inside, and then looks back down at you guys one last time, closes the window, and just disappears.
Give him a thumbs up.
Okay. Encouraging.
Yep, got
I
this.
guess, are you waiting there? Are you waiting somewhere else? Are you trying to hide while you wait for him to come back? Or what's happening while
Yeah,
that
I was
is going?
just gonna wait right here because we don't want to go that way because that's somebody else's property domain at the moment.
Yep.
At least that's what he
Oh,
said.
he said to not go up this way.
Well, he said not to go into the main courtyard because I guess that's
Oh,
Misha's domain, and I guess they're feuding,
interesting. Okay,
That's
interesting.
where
right?
they did all Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
Right? You really are. This is awesome. Krei is just going to, with his sword still drawn, he'll just activate his arcane boots and lift into the air. I just want to get about 60 feet up and look down on the abbey to make sure there's nothing on the roof.
Um, yeah, you lift up, you go up past the first set of windows. Roll me a perception check. Are you looking for anything specific or just something on the roof?
He's getting a lay of the land and he's making sure that there's nothing specifically on the roof. And then if there isn't anything up there, he's going to land on the roof and he'll observe this from up there.
Okay.
That way, if something tries to come in from another angle, he's kind of in an unexpected position.
Um, as you hover up, roll me a perception check, yeah.
Okay. It is just a 13 because I don't get my intuition.
Okay. Um, first things first, as you kind of hover up, you go past that second story and you see that the room is already empty. The window that he disappeared through, you kind of peek through it as you go. And he is either hiding or has already gone downstairs. Not sure. You keep heading up, you go past the roof, and you go ahead and kind of hover there. First things first, there's nothing in the roof. From this perspective, you look about, not really a lot of people in this area, at least. You notice some movement up to the north. It looks like way far off there may be some mongrel folk over towards, I don't even know how to point this out to you guys. I guess I can use a ruler. Well, like in this direction,
Okay,
right?
got it.
Further up. You guys haven't actually ever been up there. You don't even know what's up there necessarily.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I haven't really
I
been
think I looked
past
through like
the
two windows,
building.
and it was this one that I got spotted on. I was like, okay, going home.
Bye.
yep, yep. But you go up to the roof. Are you going to the other side of the roof or just this side?
Um, just this side for right now. He's just checking it out, making sure there's nothing up here. He's less concerned about what's below, and is
Okay.
just looking to get like the high ground and for there just to be like the threatening one is just not there anymore, and
Mm-hmm.
is kind of just watching from a distance just in case something happens. How high up is the roof?
Uh, so what would it be? The southern portion is actually relatively tall. It is the main chamber that you guys fought the dragon in was
Big.
how tall? It was at least 50 feet,
Yeah, so I'm
I feel.
probably 70 feet off the ground.
Yeah, plus the belfry is 30
Well,
feet tall.
your first
So
20 feet are free, so if you fall off the roof, it'll
I
be
mean, I
fine.
could fly.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm just
you're
wondering
up,
how
yeah, you're
far
about
away from them I am at the moment. Yeah.
100 feet. You're nearing 100 feet as you're like hovering above the roof at this
Okay.
point.
Yeah. I mean, he'll set on the roof, so he's not spending his time flying.
Mm-hmm.
And just want to see. Oh, didn't prepare it today. Don't have it. Okay, that's
Oh.
it.
Sure, it's fine.
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Rope trick.
Rope trick is an awesome spell that I do have prepared today, and it will
Hell
let
yeah.
us take a short rest literally anywhere without having to worry about being attacked, because I can just make us a little pocket dimension for an hour.
Interesting.
Yep.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Powdered corn extract. What is corn extract?
I don't
The
know.
liquid in canned corn.
Ew.
God, I hope not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So that, but dry.
It's just high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah.
I was thinking more
Yeah.
like vanilla extract.
Yeah, but then powdered.
Vanilla
Okay.
extract dried.
Sure. Got it. Okay. So I guess me and Fleur will just stand and wait for the Mongol folk to hopefully come back.
And she's on your shoulder.
Alright. Carter and the Sneak Squad. Sneak Squad, are we doing anything?
Not currently, just hanging back, watching.
Alright. Just hanging back. Cool. I would say... Actually, Fleur and Des, roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Disadvantage.
Hey,
Perception.
step on my laptop.
I like how it's a 1-point difference.
That's how it be.
Perception. Not perception. 8
Oh my god.
again.
Hey, y'all both rolled a 3. Teamwork.
God.
Hell yeah.
You guys are doing great.
No.
Yeah, you're kind of like watching Cray hover up and up and up. I would say, Fleur, you kind of notice the fact that there is an uptick in the volume from the main building that you're in front of right now, but the windows are pretty well insulated, so there's not a lot of noise escaping anyways. But you hear voices for just a second and then they fade back. But you're not really near enough any of the windows to peek in anyway, so.
We could go peek in a window. Do you want to go peek in a window?
Should we peek in a window?
I don't know. He didn't not say not to.
I can make you fly.
Maybe hold on.
Fleur
to that
really
for a
wants to
little
make
bit.
somebody fly.
Right?
Like, really.
Keep that for emergency purposes.
Is there ever gonna be one?
I'm going to. I told them to stay within 30 feet, so can I try to flip to the crow?
Yeah. I would probably. Oh, he's a little. Dumas will probably have to go over here.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to hopefully be within 30 feet, but if not, then it's fine if I can't do it.
No, that's fine. Dumas will probably clamber inside and just hide behind this tree, essentially.
Okay. I'll flip to the crow and tell Flora to I'll hold Flora's hand and just be like, all right, I'll be watching, but try not to let anything kill me.
Okay.
And then she just like closes her eyes and kind of goes slack and switch to crow.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to carefully like fly over to the first floor window and try to peek in.
Okay. At first, when you come to inside of Dumas's hood, where he's keeping you to keep you warm as well, he's just kind of like, oh no, what? Oh, okay.
She just like nuzzles against his head and then just like takes off.
Okay. She's like, oh, okay, bye. All right. Yeah, Carter's hiding behind a gravestone, like.
Yeah.
When Dumas creeped up, he's like, okay, I think I gotta move then. He followed.
All right. Roll me a perception check with the crow then. Which I think is just your perception check.
Right, I know the eagles have like advantage. Crows don't though.
I don't think crows do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perception. You'd think I'd at least have like
I
proficiency.
think if anything, crows would have intelligence proficiency, but
maybe. Much better.
Pretty fucking good. All right.
Save modifier, much better.
There you go.
All right. You pull up to the window, and you're a crow, so I mean, like, nobody's really going to be paying much attention to you. I would say what you see is a kind of a little bit of an unnerving scene. The first thing that probably comes to mind is like a tribunal. It's difficult to catch a hold of it, but you know what? Yeah, for fun, I'll just reveal the entire thing right now for what you
Hell yeah.
see in the in this one. This
that?
appears to be some sort of court. I don't know. Sitting above the fireplace, like on the mantle, which you can see a little bit, is one of the mongrel folk that you actually recall from your last visit.
It's like one of
And
the
this time
other
you can see him, yeah, you
specific
can see him
ones.
better because the hood is drawn back. He does indeed have two heads and a crab claw.
Interesting.
One of the heads is a normal one, the other one that you can see is closer to you is growing directly from his left shoulder and appears to be smaller and covered in snake scales.
Weird,
Though
but
they
okay.
both, yeah, they both seem to have the same unimpressed, almost regal look as they observe the scene below. Presuming that you kind of did this a little bit earlier, for now, there's other mongrel folk that are kind of running rampant in the dining hall. There's three standing before the fire, clutching pitchforks and like gardening implements like weapons. The rest of them are scattered about, picking food up off the floor or sitting and watching some sort of proceedings. One of them, an almost satyr-like mongrel folk with an elongated donkey face, reads from what you think is a wine-soaked scroll, and it's weird. It's like he's announcing something essentially. You actually, yeah, with a 20. He is directing this testimony or whatever it is towards a mousy looking mongrel folk with a rodent tail and whiskers that is listening meekly to this verdict. And he's like, the one that you're looking at is here. Oh, wait, I don't have my clicker on. So this is the one who's reading, and this is the one who is, standing before them, like standing before a court.
Yeah.
And you catch the end of it, which is just like, it has, therefore, wherefore, it has been decided that you are not befitted for this most highly chamber of His Majesty Cloven. Instead, you are to go outside and join the wastelands of the courtyard. Sun Lord be with you.
Exiled.
Oh no.
You also notice that creeping along the stairs and presumably waiting for an opportune moment is the mongrel folk that led you in. Though he's currently like kind of standing and clutching the rails like jail bars and like looking down and looks significantly more nervous than before. And is like every once in a while he'll like start going and then somebody else will speak and he'll like settle back down again. Like he's uncertain when to interrupt, as it were.
Yeah, I guess. Hopefully he goes pretty soon, but I'll just keep watching.
All right.
Unless it seems like he's literally just not gonna move. Ever.
For now, he seems to be waiting for a moment. Not a lot of time has passed yet.
Yeah.
The one that has just been exiled is beginning to like wring their hands. Difficult to tell the gender, but like begins to wring their hands and begins to be like, but well, maybe if you would just consider, your Majesty Cloven, if you would just consider, I do bring a lot to the table, so maybe,
No.
Anyways,
Maybe don't.
this goes on for a while. Just out of curiosity, Carter, not Carter. God. Well, okay, yeah, Carter, you doing anything interesting? Cray, you doing anything?
Just keeping a low profile.
All right.
Ray, and this is mostly because I keep forgetting about it and then just staring at the scene. I remember this thing. He might, given enough time, if about 10 minutes pass on the roof before the mongrel folk comes out, he will drift up again, so he's not walking along the roof, and then he's gonna come over, and he basically gets bored of waiting
Yeah.
Mhm.
Go
and
for
goes
it.
to investigate and go to just kind of like drift over and then drift down and then just be like, this thing, we didn't have much time to look at it last time.
Mhm.
But maybe.
But if I'm just waiting, I might as well
But
fill my
maybe.
time with
Yeah.
a scientific endeavor.
As long as you don't go too far away, that's all Des cared about.
No, he'll stay roughly close to the rest of the group.
I believe you've inspected this before, but
I
this
inspected it and I knew that there was something hinky about it. There was something off about it, but then we immediately ran. So he'll, knowing that there's something off, he'll just try to open it.
just try to open it. Okay.
Is it-
Um,
It's like a sarcophagus, right?
it's
Open sesame.
it's a gravestone, but yeah, it's kind of like a what are they called? Not a casket, but
Not a
like
casket. I know.
uh,
Yeah, a crypt, like the big stones in the crypts.
yeah,
Yeah.
essentially. But it's like set into the ground. Uh, yeah, it's carved with roses, and it actually bears a 3-inch diameter sun-shaped indentation on its eastern side. Um,
Hmm.
and I believe you've read the name before as well. It's engraved with a name, although last time it was covered by snow. It reads Petrovna.
I do remember that.
Yep. But
I also
mhm.
remember having, I think, that insignia in my bag holding. Or-
Hmm?
I know we had something that was sun-shaped. I don't see it in the list though.
I
But
don't know if you did.
yeah,
But yeah.
don't know. Right. Yeah, I mean, he'll
You want
just
to
try
just
to
try
like
to
push
open
it,
it?
open it. Yep, just push against it, kind of like nudge it. He's not trying to make a lot of noise. He's like I said, it's mostly just out of boredom and the fact that I know that that he saw something hinky but didn't have the time to explore it.
Sure, yeah. Roll me a strength check.
Yeah, that's what I like to do. That is a dirty 20.
Hell yeah.
Wow,
Hey.
pretty good.
Pretty good for us.
Um,
Incredible for us.
there's a very little like grinding of stone, and you manage to push it aside. Weirdly enough, you
Push
would
it.
think that it would be a little bit more difficult to move an entire stone slab, but your curiosity gets the best of you, and like adrenaline, it pushes strength through your muscles, and you move it a little bit, not all the way off necessarily. You don't just flip it like a table, but
Yeah.
you manage to get enough of it off that you would be able to peek inside. Would you like to do so?
Oh, he would love to peek inside.
All right. It's empty.
It's
Oh,
empty. Nothing.
It's empty. You see cobwebs and dust, and there's
maybe
not even a
that's
body interred here.
maybe
And
that's where
he'll
the
kind of
gross lady
reach
came
in
from.
and one before he does that, he will use his daily detect magic that he casts through his dragon mark,
Mm-hmm.
and if there's anything magical going on here.
Mm. Yes.
Okay.
Detect magic allows you to.
So anything magical within 30 feet of me emits an aura that he can
Right.
basically read as the school of magic.
For free, just for fun. You sense two things. The first is a more recognizable aura of conjuration magic. Uh, and it's relatively small. However, it is almost cloaked in an aura that you would not otherwise recognize because it's not something that you've been taught in your studies. This isn't something that your schooling has ever covered. But
Mhm.
having been in Barovia long enough, you recognize it, and it's almost celestial in nature. It is holy. It's not an arcane type of magic so much as a uh what's the word I'm looking for? The
Is
type
it
of
coming
magic that Des uses.
divine?
Divine, yes, divine magic.
Is it coming from something inside the
It's
coffin?
the entire crypt itself. It's the entire stone itself. and the gravestone that's connected to it is
Okay.
just very gently glowing with divine magic and specifically conjuration from the inside. And while you ponder that,
Thank you. I need to decide. Actually, I need the dice to help me. Just go ahead and use that as okay. That is good to know.
All right. Eventually, as you continue to watch, the mongrel folk finally seems to make up its mind, and while the little mousy mongrel folk over here is still beginning to argue, and eventually two more mongrel folk kind of come up beside her and start to like gently, but yeah, they're not pulling her against her will necessarily, but they're like, okay, your time's done, bye bye, and actually begin to lead her away back over here. As soon as she gets past the little tiny mongrel folk that you're used to, kind of slips down here, and he bypasses most of the other ones and runs over to
Hell yeah, go for it, dude.
this guy, and they begin to have like a whispered conversation. And this you don't catch because it's behind a window pane and you don't know what's going on, but you watch them whisper to each other for a while, and they seem to be almost in an argument for a hot second. And then eventually, this one kind of like throws up his hands and goes over here, talks to a guy over here. It seems they're playing a game of telephone.
Yeah.
For lack of a
Hopefully
better
it
no.
gets through.
Oh no! As two people who have been binging narrative telephone, I know how horrible this could go.
I don't know what you're talking about. Could be
I
great.
don't know what you're talking
He
about.
doesn't either.
Nope. Honestly, who knows with narrative telephone? It's such a great game.
It is.
Eventually, it gets back to what you presume to be Cloven Belt, Cloven as His Majesty. And he does bend down and, give his ear to the one that's ran up and begin to whisper to him fervently. And eventually, this takes a while. So Cray's gone for 10 minutes, perhaps more, but you're just out there. Anything else you want to do, or are you just watching and waiting?
Just waiting.
Okay.
Hoping that we can just get court, I guess, without having to kill anybody.
Okay.
Court.
Yeah. Court.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can Cray reach his hand into the coffin and see how deep it goes?
Sure. Yeah, you stick your hand into the coffin. It is approximately as deep as he expects it to be. You see a stone floor.
Okay.
It's
so
like
it doesn't
it's
just
like
go away into darkness.
No, it's like 3 feet deep.
Yeah, the whole thing is okay. I need to keep pondering.
All right. After a long while, Des, you start to even get bored watching this because nothing is really happening. You're like cleaning your feathers. Finally, there is a little bit of an uptick in volume once again, and next thing you see as you peek inside is that all the mongrel folk are kind of scattering, and many of them seem to be going upstairs.
Okay. Sure, that's fine.
This
Yeah,
one has disappeared.
totally fine. I mean, he came in through the upstairs, so.
Right?
While they do that, can Cray get into?
Yes, go into the coffin because we didn't learn our lesson the first time.
You would like to go into the
Obviously,
coffin?
he hasn't. Yeah. He's just gonna kind of like. There's nothing in it, so he senses
There
it's
wasn't
magical,
anything in
but
the
by
other one
now
either.
the tech magic is ward off, so he's just gonna be like, okay. Is this how it works? I mean, he's bored. He's waiting for mongrel folk.
You
Guess I'm
could
gonna
go off
inter
exploring
myself.
by yourself.
He's trying not to go too far. He's trying to stay within like.
Come on,
30...
make bad decisions. Do it.
No. I mean, this is a bad decision. Carter got fucking
Yeah.
trapped in a coffin before.
Yeah.
I will say with your previous unnatural 20 strength, yeah, you managed to push. Actually, give me another strength check because you've opened it up enough to stick your hand in. But give me another strength check to see if you can push it
9.
enough to. Yeah, not this time. You're like struggling now, and even though you've managed to displace it, there's still snow on either side of it, and you're now pushing against stone and snow. in order to give yourself enough space. So you're just one dude trying to climb into a coffin by hook or by
Right.
crook in the back of the thing.
Keep trying, you'll get it.
Meanwhile,
We're busy. You can keep trying.
eventually, Des, you look up and the window upstairs opens, and
She will flit away back to Dumas and then switch back.
all right, a different mongrel folk opens up the window, and looks down at you, just kind of squints and goes,
Hey,
Hi.
you're
Hey.
here to give food.
Yes. But first, we need to talk to Cloven.
All right. I guess we can do that. Says he'll see you. Behave.
Yeah, of course. Do we need to climb into the second window? Is there another way in, or is that it?
Gotta climb in through the window. Unless you want to go in the front.
and you hear like more chuckling.
That's not
Well-
suspicious at all.
Okay. I will quick send a message on the earring to Carter and tell him to just have the three of them like post by the first floor windows and like kind of watch, but try to be stealthy.
Okay.
And then I guess I'll look to Fleur just like, I guess we're gonna climb in a window.
I guess we are.
Yeah? Let's
Mhm.
go.
Let's go.
All right. The mongrel folk. I mean, the rope is still there. Are you going
Yeah.
to? Okay.
Guess
Go ahead
we're
and
gonna
roll
climb the
me
rope.
athletics checks to climb a rope.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. It's one of my strong suits.
8.
Hell
Oh
yeah.
my god.
Again.
Stop rolling so many
take-
8s.
No.
Takes you a while. It takes you a
Yep.
while.
I struggle.
But eventually you make it up there. Actually, this is fun. Let's do this.
Oh boy.
Let's switch you to the other map, and you have to promise me to behave.
Okay.
Never.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh god.
What map? Wait.
The one that we're
What?
going to and you guys aren't.
Yeah.
You're still on this map. The other ones are also on this map. You should be at
Oh.
least.
I only see us.
Yeah,
I
Gray's
think that's
outside.
point.
They've got that reactive lighting thing.
Ah.
Yep.
Ah, okay.
So you guys, you two, just you two,
Just
Mhm.
us two.
are
And
in
Kachi, I
just
guess.
us two. Oh, that's
Yeah.
true.
She was alongside.
Us two and a kitty.
Where are my babies? Oh no, they're over there. I don't have line of sight with them.
No, you don't.
I'm just right there. I don't know what I just dropped it on. I just
Not
It's
in a
pretty
good
close.
yeeted her in
spot.
darkness.
Just go up 2 and over 5.
Yep. Oh yeah, actually, can you see through Cat's feet?
Yeah,
No,
that's
It's
pretty
not,
close.
it's not a familiar.
Oh, that's
Not
right. It's not a
familiar.
familiar, so it
He's
doesn't-
I
right
can,
next to me
I
now.
can focus spells through it and its own creature, but
Yeah.
right now he's just napping with Des.
Yeah.
All right.
Tap him on my shoulder.
Boop, 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 boop. Where is the thing that I'm looking for? Hold on. Oh yes. So you come up into the loft and the belfry. This room is filled with all kinds of like moth-eaten furniture, and there's some cobwebs up in the corners. There's a cot heaped with furs in the northeast corner that you climb out right next to, and there's it's just surrounded by empty wine bottles essentially. Some oil lamps left over. Honestly, this room looks like it has been lived in up until recently. But immediately before you, there stand 3 mongrel folk, one of them a little bit larger than the others. And they're just kind of waiting you, watching, and they go,
Hello.
Right. So, you come here to talk, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We wanted to come say hi and see how you guys were all doing and give you some like food and water because I don't want you to starve to death.
What she said.
roll a persuasion.
I know.
Can she do it at advantage since I'm technically helping?
With
Sure.
your that's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
No.
That's what she said. Advantage.
Hell yeah. 11.
Wow.
At least it wasn't an 8.
I like
Yeah,
how
that's
Cray's
close.
like peeking in.
Yeah, I mean, I figured hearing Des going
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
he's like, "All right, shit's going on. I'm done fucking around with this thing. I'll go and try to find Carter if I know what's
Okay.
happening."
All right. All right. They kind of look at you a little bit. They don't seem super convinced, not the same way that the first one was, but they're like, "Hey, come with us."
She just smiles and nods and heads after him.
And kind of go down towards the downstairs. And since we're not going to be spending a lot of time in this room, we're just going to go back downstairs. I don't know why I'm switching between maps so much.
Hell yeah.
But yeah,
The
you
computer has
guys.
to load the other map.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Oh. You see your tiny little mongrel folk friend off to the side next to someone bigger, and he looks kind of not suspicious necessarily. Oh, your friend looks slightly guilty, like he's not sure if he did the right thing. But
She gives him like a smile and a thumbs up and just like, thank you.
You're so helpful.
Okay.
And before you is a similar scene. It seems like they have finished up their tribunal and are now just watching you all. And up above, sitting right above the mantle on the fireplace, looking quite warm and quite comfortable, is the same mongrel folk that you've seen before. One of his heads is currently smiling, and another one is just gently rubbing the beard. You see him a little bit more clearly now. Actually, can I show you guys a picture? Is that a thing I can
Probably.
do?
Maybe.
Should be able to, yeah.
Ooh, excuse me.
So that we can see his weird, gross baby head even closer.
Yep. How do I
Isn't that the whole
show?
fucking point?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to do it. Yeah.
Do it. Just do it.
Do it.
Handouts. Yeah. Oh, show to players. There we go.
Hey.
Hey.
Ugh.
Creepy. But okay.
He's got a bear
Horrible.
claw.
He does
does.
have a bear claw.
He's got like a bare foot, a crab hand, and like a baby head.
Yep. Behind him, that violin, or whatever it is, you're not sure the stringed instrument, is actually sitting behind him at this point, and he is just crouched on his place, and he's looking down at you, and he kind of narrows his eyes slowly. He seems to, at least in part, recognize you.
He actually wouldn't recognize Des, I don't think, because
He
I
wouldn't
never
know.
came here
Me,
as
he would
me.
recognize.
You,
Claire.
maybe.
Yes, yes.
But I was thinking about it. I've never been to the Abbey as Des.
No, you really haven't. No. Kind of raises his hand. The other mongrel folk are slowly chittering and kind of whooping and hollering, and there's a bit of an uproar at seeing you guys walk in so brazenly until he raises his hand and goes, "Quiet! All right, let's hear what you have to say."
Hello. Okay. My name is Despair. And we came to see if everything was okay, because I know that your previous master is gone now. But my friend said that there was a lot of you, and there seemed to be maybe some fighting and some, like, I don't know.
Cannibalism.
Yeah. He said maybe you were eating each other, so I thought maybe I could bring you some food so that you maybe didn't have to do that, because that seems bad. Um, yep.
You want to give us something for nothing. Is that what you're saying?
Mostly. I mean, it would be awesome if you guys, if you knew if you had any incense. because I need that for something, but mostly I just wanted to see if things were okay and if we could help.
Hmm. Kind of scratches his beard and goes, "How do we know that you're not just lying?"
I mean, it doesn't take anything for me to do that. Do you have any, like... I guess I could just do it on the ground, and she just will crouch down, and I'll cast Create Food and Water.
Okay.
I think it
Well,
does.
it
Water
says
on the
the
ground.
well, it says the
Yeah.
ground or containers within range.
Okay.
Just
I mean, there's plenty of containers on the table before you. They're
yeah.
also eating like food randomly, but there's also still the same kind of. The setup here hasn't changed a great deal. Um, the plates and the bowls and everything that was here when you originally visited the abbot, when he was showing you his creation, is actually all still there.
Hmm. Okay.
So it's up to you.
Right, I'll just make it, I guess, on the table, on the plates and the goblets
Okay.
and everything. She just
Roll
like reaches out
Mm-hmm.
and
Roll a
makes
persuasion check really quick.
persuasion. I don't know if it was still at advantage, but otherwise, then it's a 12.
I wouldn't really know what to say in that situation.
No, but maybe the food randomly appearing
Yeah.
endears it a bit.
Question mark?
It's just like what I can. It's the only thing I can see.
Yeah.
Is that fucking?
It's either a 12 or a 17 if the food helps any.
Okay. Um,
Heh.
they seem really untrustful as you walk forward to the table. Not enough so to stop you necessarily, but they all kind of clutch their spears and their pitchforks. Most of them appear to be clutching gardening implements, not necessarily weapons as such. But as you stride forward and begin to cast, all of them seeing this magic come back, and they recognize divine magic, it seems, at least in a way, because many of them begin to visibly salivate as soon as you start casting, and as soon as you finish, there is a reverent silence
It's just
for
a
almost
waterfall from their mouth. Oh.
yeah, just like 10 seconds. And then they all just begin to like slowly turn around and look at Cloven, who once again scrubs his non-claw hand over his face and goes and kind of like prods one of the mongrel folk in front of him and goes, "You taste it. See if it's good."
I mean, it won't be super tasty, but it will give you nourishment and it'll keep you alive. It will go bad within like 24 hours though, so you have to eat it quickly.
The first mongrel folk, the one that hobbles forward and kind of grabs an entire portion of it, and it's not it's like food, but it's not necessarily like formed into chicken or anything, from
No.
what I remember.
It just says
Oh.
it's bland but nourishing.
Yeah,
It's like hardtack.
yeah, essentially.
Really, really good granola bars.
Um, grabs a piece of it, shoves it into his mouth, chews for a long time, then slowly turns around, looks at the others, and goes, "No, that's really bad," as he continues to shovel it into his mouth. Terrible.
It's a little
No good.
bland, but
I better. No. Cloven kind of begins to smack his hand against the mantle, and they all look back up. Looks down and goes, "All right." And slowly climbs down from his spot, approaches the table, tastes a little bit of the food himself, seems a little bit more convinced. He climbs up and now approaches you a little bit further and goes, "So, what is your name?"
it's Des or Despair. Either one, but Des is prettier.
And what about that one? And he points to Fleur. I
My name is
remember.
Fleur. I'm just waving my hand.
You were here when the master fell.
we
I
tried
was?
to we tried to save him, but you know Strahd, don't you? Do you know Strahd?
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh god.
Des,
Yeah, I
you're
wish
so good at those.
I miss Rose.
I mean,
17.
you're speaking, so.
I am.
And it helps the fact that you've just conjured food in front of him.
Yeah.
Considers it for a moment. He goes, I am indeed aware of the Dark Lord that ruins these lands, yes? What about him?
Well, we tried to help, and we were talking with your master and trying to show him he didn't need to do what the Dark Master, I suppose, what he says, and then he came and kind of made him turn into ash or dust, and then he was gone.
I
There
see.
wasn't anything we could do to stop it.
I'm not so sure, but you have uses, I suppose. And he kind of looks back around the other mongrel folk and goes, Look upon this. I am a gracious king, and I have brought you sustenance.
Uh-huh.
Eat! And he calls, and they all just before, as you're rolling your eyes at this, the fact that he's taking credit for what is essentially yours, he just throws his hand up, and immediately every single mongrel folk that's been standing aside swarms forward to the table and begins to just shovel food into their mouth as quickly as possible. It's just like a cacophony, essentially.
So you guys are starving, aren't you?
He himself actually jumps down off of the table and approaches you, and he seems to be taking this chance of, like, while everybody's distracted, to talk to you guys. More or less privately.
Yeah,
And kind of
quietly at
goes,
least.
we do have reserves. However, they are currently
Low.
low, and also it's about time that we start planting for the new year, but unfortunately the gardens have been overrun with a little bit of well,
A problem?
a
Can I help?
problem. Yes, perhaps you could. You said you were looking for incense.
Mm-hmm. I need it for a spell to help my friends. And I think that Abby is probably the best chance, I suppose.
We do have access to something like that. Perhaps I would be able to share if you were willing to continue to be helpful.
Sure. But
How long?
I asked about this from the other mongrel folk, but what is going on here? Like they said that you and one of the other mongrel folk were fighting, and you guys seem to not be on the best of terms with some of the other ones, maybe?
Throws up his hands, well, hand and claw, and goes, This is the domain of plenty. This is the domain of Cloven Bellevue.
Okay.
The one, the only. I was
That's
the
you?
master's right hand at one point,
Your
and
hand.
I was the one that delivered the food. But they were not always as grateful as they ought to be.
Your hand's
So,
crab.
kind of pauses and goes, Yes, what of it?
I don't know. Why is it
Make
crab?
him cry.
No, I just want to know why. Like, what happened to you guys? Is this just how you've always been?
Kind of glances at you, glances at the food, and goes, We were once cursed with an affliction which none could heal. We were cast out here until the master came and deemed us worthy of redemption. His magics were strange, and at first we were not quite sure what to make of his gifts, and he kind of clicks the claw a couple of times. But in time, we came to appreciate the fact that we were alive at all, for if it were not for him, perhaps we would not be alive today.
But so he gave you like the claw hand and bare foot?
Better a claw and a bare foot than no hand and no foot at all, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. What was the curse initially? Just that you were like missing limbs?
There was a rot
Hmm.
that took me and my family, what remained of it.
See, like a plague ish?
Some would say.
Would I know of this being a tenet of Barovia?
Uh, Fleur, how old are you, Fleur, actually? You're not that old.
Well, I don't know how hexbloods were aged.
Hmm.
So, and if I had chosen Eladrin elf,
Mm-hmm.
I would believe like over 100 at least. I put 28 because I wasn't thinking. Or at least I think I would put 28 because Fleur would look somewhere along
Look
those lines.
28.
Yeah.
Okay. Fleur, roll me a history check. And actually, Des, roll me a medicine check.
5!
Excellent.
Wonderful.
This is going great,
24.
guys.
And 24.
Hell yeah, an actual respectable
Oh,
roll.
yes.
Right? The plus 9
Um,
is very nice.
Yeah. Fleur, you have no idea. You've never heard of anything like this. Des, from your studies, and this has nothing to do with divine or arcane, but more so just with general disease,
Hmm.
you know that it was very common of it's sometimes called rot, it's sometimes called something else, but there used to be ways of essentially isolating those diseased, and one of them was to build essentially places for them to stay permanently, more or
Like
less.
leper colonies, essentially.
Yes, essentially.
Okay.
And that's that kind of the feeling that you're getting here. They're
Mhm.
not using the same words that you have learned
Yeah.
for these things, but that's kind of the vibe that you're getting.
How did he make those limbs then for you, and how does that help? It just replaces what you
Probably
lost?
think of something.
He was able to stop the rot and grow back something that was almost like what we had, and perhaps not, but many of us came to see this as a boon. And he kind of clicks the claw again, a little bit eerily close to your face, but then kind of chuckles and moves away and puts his.
She doesn't flinch.
Yeah.
She just smiles at him.
But, well, simply because we were healed doesn't mean the family was back together, if you know what I mean.
Probably.
Out there, and he points out to the courtyard in the general direction of it, is mayhem. They think that they are closer to the wild than they are to us. Well, that is fine, but they are not allowed in our midst.
So
Useless, violent animals as they are.
So they're the ones just like killing and fighting and eating each other?
Perhaps. That is what I heard last. As soon as Master was gone, they started building bonfires, started speaking of survival and picking and fighting, imitating the wolves up north. Well, that was nothing to me, so I have built this for us, and he kind of gestures to everything, and all the mongrel folk that are sitting on the table.
Seems nice.
Mm.
Suppose. If you're happy.
But in order to reclaim our supply of food, well, we have some things in storage. We need to regain access to the, the gardens.
Mm-hmm. So you guys are good, and the rest of them, I think you're the other Mongol folk. He said her name was Misha?
Yeah, Mishka.
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 So she's in charge of the more savage-ish ones of you guys.
Savages, all of them, yes.
And you guys are the only like two groups. Or is there like a independent group?
There are those who hide out in the back in the barracks.
Are they
That is where we used to rear the young. I know not what's happening over there anymore.
do you
Not
think
my
if
business.
we brought them to you, they would want to join you?
If they are worthy, perhaps. But if they are as useless as the ones that are out in the courtyard, then I want nothing to do with them. There's little resources for all of us.
But if you're a ruler, you have to take your subjects for what they are. You can't just decide some of them are useless and kill them. You have to
That's
rule over
exactly
all
what a
of
ruler
them.
does.
No, you have to rule over all of them.
If they don't want to be ruled, then I'm not going to rule them.
But if they do, but you don't think that they're helpful, then maybe you could give them easier jobs, like working in the fields,
Making the place look pretty.
right? Cleaning up, making it a little homey. Everyone's got something they can do.
Well, for now, Mishka controls the courtyard, which means we cannot exit from here and they cannot come in here. And the barracks are pretty much inaccessible, so they've got whatever they've got going on. And the upstairs of the barracks, as well, as it usually has been, off limits.
Okay, so you're stuck here, and you want us to go and talk to the others and see if they will.
And kill them all.
Okay,
Please.
we'll keep that on Plan B.
Okay.
Maybe if we talk to them, and maybe they're just like they don't know what to do, and that's why they're being crazy.
How about first you clear out the gardens for
Sure.
us?
Where are the gardens? They're
Up north.
okay. And you said there's something there, but it's not like more Mongol folk?
Last time we tried to go over there, some strange, horrid visages appeared.
That
I don't trust them.
that does sound like a problem. So yes, we will take care of that in exchange for the incense. And I'll also go talk to Mishka and see what's going on there, and go to the barracks and see if they want to join you, and then everything's fixed.
Roll a last persuasion check.
Great.
Oh no.
Oh no.
She's just kind of like standing, talking to herself, like ticking off her fingers and getting an idea in her own head.
It looks like he's listening to you, but he's nodding and like going, sure, yeah, yeah.
Right. As long as we can get incense, because that's what we came here for, and I need it for a very important reason, then at the very least, you'll have your gardens, hopefully. But I'll do my best.
Very well. Knock yourself out.
Hopefully not.
Huh.
But alright. Can we just, and she just points to the front door. I'm just gonna use the front door, okay?
I wouldn't recommend it. But sure. And he kind of snaps his fingers, and you see one of the mongrel folk from the other table, and he goes, hey, they're gonna go out the front, so, lift it up. One of the mongrel folk runs over here, and you actually did not notice this when you first looked in, because it's kind of above the door directly, but there is a metal cage hanging directly above the door set on a trap. And a whole bunch of like little vials of something strung up in the rafters that are presumably meant to come down with it when it slams down.
Huh.
Huh.
I'm sure that's fine.
But he like pulls a rope and attaches it to something, presumably disabling the trap.
Okay. I'm gonna one by one send. Did we ever give a message earring to Dumas? I think we did.
so.
He has my token.
Okay. Well, if you want to tell Dumas to meet us around at the front gate, like where we've gone in before, and I'm gonna send a message to Cray and Carter to go with them, or at least tell them that we're gonna go into the courtyard and to meet us there.
Okay.
I'm just imagining Crane Carter plastered to the windows this whole time.
Probably
been
listening
watching.
to everything.
Trying her best to. Cray kind of looks at him. I need to learn how to read lips. I mean,
And then you get a message in your brain, she's like, all right, Cray, we're gonna go to the courtyard, meet us there.
he'll kind of like lean back to see that Carter got the same message. And
You'll just see him start slinking behind D and Dumas.
he'll fly up onto the roof and come over onto this quarter of the roof.
Alright.
Gonna go over here.
And go through the door and go into the courtyard at about the same time, I'm guessing?
Hopefully.
Okay.
I'm hoping we'll meet up because it's not too far away between there and here.
Except that as you open that door,
I'm sure it's fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
he only said that the hordes were out there like 18 times. It's great.
Yeah, but we're going out there to talk to them.
Yeah, but
Don't
like there's
argue
been
this logic.
I mean, the thing is, I can't. Like, Gray's not there, and he's given control of this situation to Des because the Ember Temple proved to him that he doesn't really make great decisions. So let's see how good yours are.
Yeah.
Right. She will just walk out with her hands up and try to look not threatening.
Alright. You come out into the courtyard, which looks slightly more torn up than when you remember. There is indeed a pile of what looks to be slightly eaten bones off in one corner. And it seems that for the moment, most of the mongrel folk here are sleeping. You see a couple as you walk past that are kind of dozing in these little houses, like places that are around the courtyard. You see a couple of campfires going. One on the far side appears to be where they are disposing of bodies, essentially. And standing up at the top, which of the well, is a mongrel folk that you've never actually seen before. This one appears to be, just to kind of show you in comparison.
Yeah, okay,
Oh.
there we go. Some sort
Dang.
of weird bug thing.
Yeah, way more insectoid, something that seems to be covered in like a heavier chitinous armor. Is what you presume, just on first glance, to be Mishka Bellevue. She is, and it is
Same last name.
Yeah,
Oh,
he did say that the family grew apart.
I thought he meant that the rest of his family just died. But okay, cool.
He wished they did.
Yep. She is currently perched up, and as soon as the gates of the main area open and you go through, immediately her head turns towards you with a weird, eerie crack, and she spots you. Doesn't necessarily attack immediately, but all at once it is silent, and every single mongrel folk is looking at you. They kind of circle around and make way. You also see the further you stride in that there's like this entrance is just completely blocked.
Oh, I'll send a message quick to Carter, just like, you might have a little trouble because it's all barricaded, but I believe in you.
You just get back. I don't.
Oh.
Oh, Carter. But yeah, Desta just not hiding or anything. She's just walking, hands up, and just kind of like waves one of them, and she's like, "Are you Mishka?"
Roll a persuasion check again. Because you are just doing this. You're just going.
Yep,
It's so Des.
Mhm.
Wow.
11.
Mishka kind of squints at you and goes, "Who's asking?"
My name's Des. We came here to see how things were going, and if you guys are okay, and what's going on. It kind of seems not as good out here, so we're here to help.
Are you curious? And yet you've just come out of the, what is it? Extravagant court of Cloven? Is that what they're calling it these days?
I don't remember, but he was the first one who I got an in with, and I heard his side of the story, and now I want to hear yours.
As you're talking, you see that the rest of the mongrel folk are very slowly making their way towards you.
I was gonna say, as Cray observes this, can he, through Catch She, activate Warding Bond on Despair? Because it lasts for an hour. I just need to know that things are kind of becoming inevitable.
I'm also gonna,
Um,
as they circle us, I'm going to send a message to Fleur,
mhm.
or like, hopefully, I think I can send a message to Fleur. But I'm just gonna tell him to cast Fly on himself just in case.
Speaking of Cray, can you roll me a stealth check since you're perching?
Sure,
You have advantage.
I do.
Flat roll.
Flat roll. It's a
4.
4.
Oh my
That is
god.
literally
Hell yeah.
the fourth 4 you've
Yep.
rolled.
It's
That's about
yeah.
right.
I'm not a quiet person, apparently.
As soon as you land on the edge and are like peeking this over, you see 3 of the mongrel folks, like their ears perk up, and they seem to have some sizable ears on some of them. And look up directly at you and begin to whisper amongst each other until finally the message gets back to Mishka. And although she's still making a show as if she's listening to Des as Des is talking, she glances up and she definitely knows you're there.
He'll give just a wave.
I cast Fly on myself.
Her eyes immediately go back to Fleur as, you know,
Case
she's
you need to get
noticing that
away.
they are casting something, but
Strumming
she's
my
still
harp.
listening.
I was able to provide some food and water for his people if you'd like the same.
And you really think that I would trust you? You really think that I'm stupid enough not to know that you are just out here to poison us?
Why would we poison you? You guys are eating each other. That seems really sad.
We eating each other? You really think that I... I see. Cloven has told you his lies and you have fallen for them. Of course.
No, we saw
I
you
do
eating
not...
each other.
I do not eat my children. These are fallen. We are the only ones disposing of the bodies. Cloven, as soon as the master was down, Cloven kicked everybody out and decided to take the manor for himself. And who was left to clean up the mess of those fallen? Who was left to pick up the bodies of those that were killed by curious newcomers? If I remember correctly, and her eyes focus once again on Fleur, and then glance back up at Cray. Who was left to drag the bodies of our fallen children into the pyre after they were slain?
So
So
definitely not our fault. It's not our
Was
fault.
it you?
carelessly. It was me.
Okay.
I was the
appreciate it.
one performing funeral rites. I was the one putting them to rest.
Yeah.
And
mean-
you, I do not recognize you, but I recognize your friends. I recognize the blades that sank into my children's rib cages and tore
Yeah.
them to shreds.
We had no choice. They attacked us. He told them to attack us. We just wanted
Roll
to
me
talk.
one more persuasion check.
Oh man,
Oh,
she
man.
angry. She's so angry.
10.
Oh no.
Yeah. She kind of scowls and goes,
Of course, you had no choice. That is what they all say.
and then she raises her hands into the air, and all at once, all of the mongrel folk surrounding you crouch down, and I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to roll some
Alright.
initiative.
I
For-
fly up.
Good. Because
Alright.
I have a thing to
Don't
do.
forget that warding bond is there.
Yep.
Let's
No.
see.
I will roll initiative first,
Is my initiative at disadvantage?
Yes.
Awesome.
though.
Right.
Now, real quick, is this going to be a long fight? Because I have to do something tomorrow, so I don't know
Oh.
how much longer I can actually.
Fair enough.
Do we want to pick up here next week then?
With our
It's
initiative
just
rolls.
I've gotta do some court stuff for my grandparents' estate. So
Ooh, yeah.
it's not fun.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, because you guys weren't able to de-escalate it. Just in terms of,
I
we
mean,
can pick it up here
I
next
could tell
week.
you what I was gonna do if it helps.
Sure. What were you gonna do?
I'm gonna cast Anti-Life Shell on myself.
Okay. Just. Oh, okay. That's interesting, actually, because it's.
They just can't get through to me.
They can't get through to you. Are you planning to fight them, or are you just gonna stand there?
She's just gonna keep talking to them.
Okay.
So it's probably not gonna end anytime soon, so we can pick it up next week.
All right, we can pick it up next week then. Yeah.
So that's only a 24.
And mine's actually a
Let's-
21.
Still got that -2 going.
Grab the little spiral, the corkscrew one that I've got on mine, and put that on Des so that we remember the warding bond.
Oh yes.
Corkscrew. Got it.
There we go. Okay. I will probably roll everybody in, but we'll have to pick it up next
I
time.
fly.
Heck yeah.
You fly.
Because she's just gonna keep talking to her. Like,
It might turn out better than you expected, but yeah,
Who knows?
who
Next
knows?
week we'll know.
10-foot circle radius, so it's this much.
Yep.
Everything not undead or a construct just gets pushed out.
Fair enough.
Including Blur.
That's why I told him to fly.
Yeah. Yet she
Oh, yeah.
is a construct though.
Yeah. She can stay with, or he can stay with me.
All right. In which case, we will probably pick it up here next week
Mhm.
because I'm gonna have to roll some initiative for some mongrel folk.
I'm just gonna sit here in the circle, just keep talking to them and making them pissed off.
Oh my goodness.
If it works,
Alright.
it works.
Well, good luck with the estate stuff tomorrow, Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, we do not have Cat's Grace because it's also concentration.
That's gone.
So that falls off.
I mean, it didn't.
It didn't help.
It didn't help.
At all. It did absolutely nothing, but you know.
It's the thought that counted.
It was the thought, and it could have helped so much, and it was just like, nah. That's a third 4.
Me.
Yep.
It's not happening.
Yeah. Well, you tried.
We did. Hey,
This is what we're talking about. When we make plans, that's when things do not go according to them.
We should just
Oh,
stop making plans.
everything was going fine. If you had gone out the window.
Nope. I wanted to talk to them too.
I know. All right.
But I'm just following Des because, you know,
Yeah, I know.
I gotta
know
get
you
back
are.
up.
And that's Cray. Cray was just following, and he'll eventually tell you about the mildly celestial coffin
I'm sure that's fine.
that confuses him. That he kind of
What's the
like,
worst that can happen?
I don't know.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah.
Ask Carter what's the worst that could happen. Carter's the one that climbed into the coffin, I believe.
Yeah.
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 He was the
did
one who
that
climbed
was.
into Strahd's coffin and got
Zero,
locked in there.
zero repercussions.
Yep.
Never punished. At least with coffins.
Nice.
Other
At least with that.
things we have been punished for. Coffins so far we have not.
Fire initiatives.
Wow.
You're so screwed.
I mean, none of them can hit me, and if you're flying high enough, they can't hit you either.
I would
don't
probably
think.
go my max speed. Just 30 feet up.
Yep.
You just hear death from inside the shell. Fly, you fool!
Fly, you fool!
Well, with the fly spell, you have a fly speed of 60.
Oh, that's right. Then I would go
So you can
go
go
up to
zoom.
60.
Yeah.
My winged boots give me a flying speed equal to my movement speed, so I have a flying speed of 30. So I have dash, but the fly spell, that's the balance between the two. The fly spell only lasts for 10 minutes. The winged boots last for 4 fucking hours.
Yeah.
I like Super Sorcerer's comment. He's just like, was nice. Probably Fleur should have been the talking one as a bard with a ton of charisma, but it makes sense.
Nah.
Nah.
Yeah.
I'm not a plan. Fleur's not a plan type of person. They're just go with the flow.
I like the fact that you guys are just talking to them. I was like prepared for you guys to sneak in or just fight, but nope, we're just talking.
Well, I mean, like I said, it was very much like Cray has made questionable decisions in the last, 2 weeks in his mind, 2 months in the, perspective of the world. So now that Des is back, he's willing to be like, okay, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah. She just wants to fix everything. Because they're poor little Mongol folks, and they just need help.
Do they though?
Or
Yeah.
literally
they
just
just wanna
died, so
eat
he's not
us?
in that big of a rush to get rash. So he's cool with letting Death try to talk to him.
We did pretty good on the one, or at least I did, I guess.
Yeah, you did.
Worst case scenario, Demas gonna have to polymorph into a bird and pick us up so we can get in there with you guys, but we'll get there at some point.
Yeah.
At
I
one
mean,
point.
if literally nothing else, if they will not just stop trying to eat my face, Des will probably just start walking and just leave.
All right, that's enough for me. Bye.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, you guys just hang out here, kind of just chill out. I'll be back. I'm gonna go check out your brother
Chill the F
said
out.
the other one. He said something about like scary visages in the garden. I'm gonna go fix that. All right, bye.
You're gonna have to backtrack, knock on the door, be like, "Hey, can I come back in?"
I mean,
So
she was
they
gonna
can
go.
leave.
She was gonna try to go this way. See if we can go through the barracks
well.
and see what's going on with that, and then go out back.
Well, that'll have to be next time, I suppose.
Yep.
Sorry that
You're just gonna
you
walk
know-
through the entire dungeon with
Yes.
just the two of you, and then we're gonna have to go.
I mean, it's just gonna be me because Fleur's gonna have to leave, but as long as there aren't any undead or constructs, I should be okay for an
Yeah,
hour.
I'm sure there are no undead in Barovia.
Not until we get to the garden where there's scary visages, but that's when everybody can fight.
And the place bordering the garden won't have any in it either. I'm sure.
No,
Be totally
absolutely not.
fine. We'll find out next week.
It's fine. I can just make them go away myself too.
That's true.
Be like, please don't. Bye.
Oh man.
All right then.
Wow. Is Renhala no longer there?
Maybe. I think that he's just pouting.
You think he's just pouting?
Personally, that's what I think.
Possible. Possible.
Anything's possible.
And
All
if
right,
there are
guys.
undead, you can turn undead.
Exactly.
Super,
Yeah.
super
Yeah.
sorcerer.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Is just like if there are, then I can also just take care of it myself.
I mean, it's a good point. All right, guys. Sorry for relatively unexciting. Well, it was exciting, but in a different way.
Yeah, we had roleplay shenanigans. That's always fun.
have to come up with all the voices. So many voices.
So many voices.
The
I
beauty of
feel
being
it.
a DM.
Now we just have to pick which ones make it through, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so far seems like these guys are cool. Maybe we can get the barracks team to reunite with these guys. Maybe we'll have to kill these guys in the courtyard.
I don't really like either side. This guy seems like a stuck-up jerk, and she seems crazy.
I mean, if he wants to sit and rule the people in the abbey, I guess go for it. We have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but the thing is, he wants to be able to just like as soon as you disappoint him, he just kicks them out. Like that, the one that we came in on the trial for is just like exiled, and they're now out here and attacking us, either that or burning on the pyre.
I mean, the thing is that it's a very self-contained, just like bureaucracy. So
For
no matter
now,
what, I don't know.
Yeah.
they only have limited reserves. Eventually, they're gonna have to leave.
And the thing is, like, Fleur and Des are the only ones that were in that conversation. Carter
Yeah.
and Cray didn't hear anything, so it's really going to be your guys' judgment call. And then, retroactively speaking, let me go ahead. I'm going to count the number of insight checks. Oh, right, there weren't any.
Nope. I'm not about that. I believe everybody at face value.
I went with the flow.
Right?
I got
Oh my
distracted.
goodness.
Cray, you
But-
were inside check that one.
I did poorly,
Okay.
and
But if nothing else, if we thin out all of the ones and then they're just like that, and then they said that they were gonna just grow stuff in the garden, so it seems like they don't really want to go anywhere. They're not really interested in sieging a town, I don't think.
no, I'm not, I'm not worried about that. Uh, I'm more worried that after we give him what he wants, he's just gonna be like, okay, and now you die. And he's going to
But then we
attack us, and we're
don't,
going to
I
be. I
guess.
know, but that just seems like it seems so circuitous. Like
But maybe
we're
they
just
don't.
like, okay, cool. We could go A B C, but we're going to go B C D A, and we're doing that extra one. Just
Yeah, but guess what? If they don't, then we don't have to kill them.
that's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. Also, Cray doesn't know any of this. He was
Nope.
just looking through the glass, like, "Can you hear anything? I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything at all. I just kind of hear muffled voices, but like between them and us is the sound of 2.5 dozen feasting mongrel folk, and it's just, I don't think I'll ever get that noise out of my ears.
Yeah, basically.
And you guys are you're talking on the other side of it, so it's like there's just no chance in hell.
Yep.
Oh,
I don't know.
good
He
times.
seems like maybe not a great ruler, but he'll figure it out, I'm sure. Either
I'm
that or they'll all just starve to death,
sure it
and
won't
it'll be up
become
to
our
you.
problem.
Nah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Your
It'll
legacy
never
in
come down
Barovia
to us.
is just like changing up the leadership, essentially.
Yep,
Everybody
pretty much.
go.
everybody in
That's pretty
power
much
who
been our
Can we just burn
MO.
this place down too? Is that an option?
that was Cray's
is an
plan from the
option.
beginning. That's what he wanted to do, but like
I don't
he
want to
just
kill them if they're not mean.
that's the give that he's willing to give on. And he's like, all right, well, but made sure Ketchi was there, got her within line of sight. He's like, all right, fuck it, they're all swarming the warning bond. Just nope, okay, cool. Oh my god.
Maybe someone that we put into power won't be the actual worst. Maybe.
You know who we did? Who's not the actual worst? You know the one good decision we've made.
What?
We gave Savid the bounty.
Exactly. We put Savid in charge.
It has become a safe place for people to go. People are constantly eating there. Maybe they don't sleep there because they have their homes and our rooms are upstairs. But you know, that was a good decision. Everything else we've done has been shit. And
Nah, it's been great.
every time we interact with somebody of power, we're very much a no, fuck you party.
Well, see, I'm changing the narrative. I'm
You're-
trying the diplomacy route.
Yep. Now that you could literally just put up a bubble of no, you can't touch me.
Nuh-uh.
Can't touch
Get
this.
out of here.
Oh my
A bubble of nuh-uh. This is
I'm
my
just
no-no
excited to
circle.
see how long you're gonna keep going, because for a while they're gonna be doing that like Lilo and Stitch thing against the bubble,
Yeah.
trying to get at you.
They're just gonna. All right, hopefully they don't actually attack you, but if they decide to, they're just gonna start shooting bows at you. Or like throwing slings, because we know they had those little baby ass
Oh,
slings
Chuck
left.
rocks
I
at
mean,
me.
they do have ranged weapons, but you have warding bond, and they won't be able to get up on you, and you'll have at least some protection. So maybe buy us enough time where Cray can fly over and get these boxes. Who knows? I'm also like 70 feet in the air because I'm on the top of the fucking building, and it's huge.
Yep.
I'm like Batman on the side. I actually hold on. How far? Where do I
What
have
is
to get?
it? What does it mean when it says if you move so that an infected creature is forced to pass through the barrier? How can it be forced to pass through the
I
barrier?
think if you like back them into something that they can't get pushed out of.
So if like
Like,
they're
if you-
against the wall and Des just walks up to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they
Seems like
get
such a
literally
weird
forced
thing to
in.
add to that.
I don't know. Maybe it's just to be like you can't just pin somebody against a wall and crush them to death.
How long is it? 1 hour. Wow.
An hour. Yep, and I can do it twice if I need to.
Oh, jeez.
I got nothing else to do with my 5th level spells right now.
Oh my god.
No circle.
Yep.
No circle.
Hey,
Can't
you
touch
can't
this.
touch this here. This
Yep.
is my no-no.
Yep. It looks a lot better with the thing that I put up, but I realized that nobody else can see it. Can you make it so that they can see my circle?
Your aura.
Yeah,
Actually, can I? Because
I think so.
I feel like I should be able to. Yeah, to.
Because it looks a lot better with the circle.
It's true. I realize that I'm the only one who can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get
It's
that. Like it would make
it's
a
in the
lot of
place where you
sense.
set the numbers. There's the little 3 dots over it. The DM can show if you check the show, I think it is, box. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's my
No
circle.
circle.
No circle. Stay out. Let's see. What is my? Oh, it
I'm
says
above
Raise
that.
announcement thing.
You are above that. You're hovering above the no circle.
Yep.
All right, Carter. Sorry, I realize that you're probably gonna need to.
Go to sleep.
Don't worry. We'll have plenty more chances to almost drown you in a storm again. I will get my
Yeah.
use out of that map.
That was a dope map. It was like, it took a while to click in, and then when it did, it was like, oh shit, this is awesome.
Someday.
Someday.
All right.
Someday over the rainbow.
All right, guys. Thanks for playing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In my thousands and thousands of mongrel folk. God, there's so many of them.
So many.
Why?
We're just gonna.
Why so many?
we'll-
Put some of
we'll
those
call them
mongrel
a little
folk
bit.
back.
We're just gonna cut down the numbers a little bit, make it manageable, and then they
mean,
can just
hey.
live in their own colony.
I can confuse some.
At least they're all in a faction and not banding together against you.
Yeah,
Right.
sure.
They're all in separate factions.
Uh-huh.
It could be much worse.
It could be.
We're gonna get into the barracks and they're gonna be like just absolute sociopaths.
Probably.
They're gonna be the ones we actually have to worry about. These other two are there to keep them in line.
I mean, they said that the barracks is mostly for like children, so it's probably gonna be a bunch of kids.
That doesn't comfort me at
Not
all.
trying to murder them.
Oh my goodness. All right.
We'll get rid of these
I mean,
guys in
we're
the
not-
courtyard, and then everything will be fine.
to be fair, we're not trying to murder anyone unless they're trying to
Exactly.
murder us, you know?
Right?
That's usually how it goes. We have very murderable faces.
Apparently.
I mean, to be fair, the only thing that, she doesn't know anything about it. She wasn't here when you guys arrived. She just knows that you went in, and then afterwards, they were pulling bodies out of the dining hall.
Told her it wasn't our fault. We didn't do it.
You
On
were
purpose.
totally convincing with the 3.
Yeah.
totally convincing.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, at least this can get taken care of next session.
Hey.
Yep.
Oh my god. Why am I not surprised?
I mean,
Uh,
we're doing a lot of strategic stuff, and we're not
Yeah.
getting into like this constant fighting
Lot of
anymore. So
downtime.
the last
Yeah.
couple fights, I haven't rolled any 19s or 20s, so he hadn't eaten in a while.
Yep.
He never tried to eat that ghost. The only thing I took from the ghost was the splice. That
You just
actually
ate
gave
its
me a
brain.
vision of the sky.
Ghost brain. Ghost brain.
It being spliced is a little bit less scary than it being Cremata's memories, which were like I was trying to make that track because that was what I first went to,
Yeah,
and that
he's
was like
just
my
like
first
taking over.
instinct, and I was like, wait, what? Did he have like somebody he made a deal with before, and these are their memories? But as soon as I started to talk about the runes, my brain remembered splice. It was like, right,
Ah, right.
right. The
The people
memories
have
I've eaten.
eaten their brains. Understood.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, your brain is just gonna become a fucking like patchwork of everyone else's memories, like spliced into one like stream of consciousness. It's gonna be
I mean,
terrifying.
if Cray is pushed to an extreme where he has to keep using it in order to succeed, he will use it if it means succeeding, and if that
You
means
know?
he loses who he is and
Isn't that
forgets
like
that's
the
who he
most
is,
important thing to you though?
it is. But more important to him are you guys. It
Dun
was the
dun
most important thing.
dun.
uh, this is why I gave that Cremata to Cray specifically.
It's so his arc, the arc is gonna go full Vashiel on this one. It's
No,
just gonna,
no.
like I said from the beginning. I have seen the end of Strahd with Cray's death, and like I don't want it to happen. I want to get out of here and be able to have him go back to Lawton, and we can deal with the Srinhala and all of the
Favorite.
darkness and things, the mistakes we've made. Like that's obviously the best ending, but I don't know. It's very fitting for his character. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
We
I
will
believe
find
Cray is
out.
still the only one who hasn't officially died.
Nope.
I mean,
Actually,
He's
well,
got
Flora,
just
Flora
a
hasn't
lot.
died either, but
Like
poor
Yeah.
Flora.
a lot.
I don't think
but
Flora ever died. Seraph died. Flora
Seraph
hasn't.
died. Flora hasn't. And I don't know if it's because Flora got out before.
Probably,
I
yeah.
feel like, yeah, all of your characters don't stick around long enough for me to create
Kill
really
them.
long-term harebrained schemes
I don't know,
with which
there's...
to...
Fleur's still got a chance of death.
Oh, don't
Nah,
worry,
we'll
trust
be
me, I'm
fine.
working towards it.
These guys are super simple. There's a
just
lot
like,
of them, but they're pretty squishy.
If Fleur does die, I'm just gonna bring Flora back. Whether Flora's AC never changes, it's
Oh,
Hey,
the whole
welcome to
gang's back
Barovia.
together.
Yeah, yeah. Just don't get in melee.
Yeah.
We've learned to adapt.
Just somehow learn to cast mage armor on yourself.
I mean, there's a second level bark skin that
Yeah,
I've
that's
used
also
before,
helpful.
so
Yeah.
It helps.
it helped a couple of times.
Right? It makes your AC probably, I think,
16.
higher.
I
Yeah,
just
higher
don't-
than mine.
You just get spoiled with those magic tattoos in Tyranny,
It's
man.
only one character, Cade.
Yeah, but you go for that high AC on them all now. You need it. You want it. You crave it.
I
You gotta be
mean,
hittable.
my backup character for Tyranny still needs work, so.
Like I said, Tyranny, I'm not trying to kill you guys at the moment. You're
At the
being
moment.
tested by the dragon.
Uh-huh.
That
Moment.
Sphinx was fucking awesome. That is such a fun fight. You guys got a lot closer than I was expecting. It was seriously
not going
like
quite so hot.
that last round. There wasn't even enough opportunity for you guys to really react to the puzzle, so not a lot of you were on whatever that last one was.
Which was the
And I was looking,
potato.
No. The
No, it was
potato
the
was the
candle, I
very
think.
last round.
Oh
The
yeah,
potato was
no,
the riddle he
the
threw out as he
candle
died
one.
because it was the candle, and only like 2 of you were on it, and I was like, shit, if this thing goes out, con save or no, it's gonna knock 2 of them unconscious. It
At
might,
least.
I was like,
and guess who? The two that were on it, one of them angered the Sphinx.
Yeah, right.
Wasn't it the
And murdered
T-Rex?
the other one.
No,
No,
I was
You're-
fine. I had what was that, 150
Oh,
something
yeah,
hit
you had a
points
buffer.
twice buffered.
Yeah.
I didn't take any like damage at all.
T-Rex ate
it,
up
it
most
was
of it.
it was me and Aurora taunted the
I
Sphinx, and I got
taunted the
caught in the
Sphinx
murdered.
after
crossfire.
my turn, and the
Yep.
Sphinx was just like, nope, and blasted
Well,
both
fuck
Eonos
you.
and I.
Yeah. It was like,
Oh
he,
yeah, you
as he
insulted
said
the
it,
Sphinx.
yeah, as you
Yep.
said it, I was like, oh shit, he's gonna insult the Sphinx. Well, the Sphinx is gonna smack him back, and then I think he missed the attack of opportunity, and you got out of range because I was like, all right, well, fine, he's just gonna unload all 3 attacks on
Yep.
him next turn, but you got out of range, and so I was like, all right, fuck this shit. He could burn all 3 of his legendary actions to cast a
Fucking
spell, and he knows Flame Strike.
you. Yep.
It was like his only attack spell. It was either
Yeah.
my choices were Flame Strike you or Banish you, and Banish would have been funny, but the Flame Strike, especially
get
because
out
they
of here,
hit
bitch.
those 2.
Yeah, right. It knocked
Hey.
Eonos out.
Oh my!
All because Aurora had to get snarky.
Yep.
Yep.
I have
I feel like that
no
happens a lot,
raggarts.
honestly.
I have no
Yep.
raggarts for it.
And then you dealt the last bit of damage he needed. And that he was just like, all right, cool. That was a lot of fun.
No, Robert
Gave
did
you his
that.
last riddle, and yeah, Robert, ended it, and you guys were sent
And
back.
then
Only because
and
G
then
was
I-
just like, I want the potato.
I just wanted to know what the potato riddle was.
What has many eyes but cannot see?
A potato.
Potato.
A potato.
Have you seen
Originally,
Sausage
my
Party?
Originally, my idea was to just sit on the potato one and never move, just for fun.
Waiting for the.
Yep.
Your moment.
But
opportunity.
the T-Rex was more fun.
Yeah, the T-Rex was hilarious. And just pushing everyone around. I was like, shit, that thing's huge.
Yep.
Okay. Literally,
Here we fucking go.
it's a 30 by 30 fucking arena, and you're in a 15 by 15
Take
monster.
up fucking half of it.
Yeah, it's insane.
Hell yeah. That's
Hopefully we can get through the next couple trials. And I was up till I think 9 a.m. Yeah, Sunday morning, just writing out notes and making maps because I had the Trial of Dexterity, which is the next one, ready in my mind, but I didn't have a map for it. And
Oh yeah. One of the things like we as this squad don't have a particularly solid one. I think we got a couple people that are okay at it, but
Nothing.
mean,
no one is
Rose.
particularly good. I have like
No.
a 13.
Never mind.
it's gonna be
Yep.
great.
Robert?
It's gonna
I am-
be hilarious.
I know
Nope,
Robert
he's
is
strength.
focusing on strength, but
He is
dexterity.
completely. I think his dexterity is pretty shit, actually.
Then we're just fucked.
Yeah.
I mean,
gonna be great.
It's doable. It's gonna be hilarious.
I want to say Ken has probably the highest dex.
That's a big maybe.
Maybe.
Oh.
I think his might be like
Maybe.
14.
His is probably the
Maybe.
highest compared to everybody else's.
Yeah. Like I said, compared to everybody else, his is the highest. I didn't say it was high.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Oh god, we're so screwed.
Gotta do it. Gotta do it. And Oda Leocarnis is not. She's not very
Does she
sympathetic.
like quote unquote humans?
No, not particularly. She doesn't necessarily dislike them, but she's very much the children are getting rowdy. Let's shake the Etch-a-Sketch and just wipe the slate clean. That's
Well.
her attitude.
For some reason, I still imagined Lilo and Stitch, where Lilo puts all the spoons in the pickle jar and just shakes. They need to be punished.
Yep. I mean, that sounds about right for what's gonna happen.
It's because she drew faces on them and they pissed her off.
Yeah.
They were her friends.
They were her friends, and
But they were bitches.
I need to watch that movie. I need to watch that movie and Treasure Planet again. I need to watch both.
I remember the spoons. It was the 3 girls in her dance school.
Yeah, the ones that were bullying her.
Yeah, she essentially voodoo dolled them and stuck them in
Yeah.
a jar of pickles and shook it.
Yep. Oh my
I
God.
imagine that's what Odari Leocarnos is going to do to us.
Yeah, you got it.
She probably secretly took some of our hairs and put them on little voodoo dolls, sticks them in a pickle jar and starts shaking.
Probably.
Yep.
She had so much fun she crafted something into the mountain for you guys for this
Oh,
trial.
God.
That
It's
sounds
gonna be great.
fine.
Worse than the fucking mountain climbing?
Arguably,
Oh no. Oh no.
uh, like, do I give you guys a one-word hint that'll kind of give it away, but it'll make you panic all week and it'll be hilarious?
Your choice, dude.
Yes, do it.
Do it. Have you heard of Frogger?
Frogger. Damn it, this is why I hate having such little knowledge of things.
You don't know Frogger?
You don't know
Wait, you
Frogger?
don't know Frogger?
What the fuck?
Oh
I
my
probably
God.
have, I just have horrible memory.
Okay.
You,
Well,
you
then
know
you
the
will, you will
game where you're a
recognize.
frog and you jump across the street
Oh,
and try
that
not to get
fucking thing?
hit by cars, and then you go in a river and jump on the
Oh,
logs and try
no.
also not to die? Yeah.
I hated that game. I was so bad
Yep.
at it.
You ever played 3D Frogger? That
no,
game
not
was
3D
hilarious.
Frogger. I just played the first one.
I played that game so much as a kid on PC.
Where's my to-do
That
list?
that doesn't
Sometimes.
inspire much confidence, especially since we just established we don't have. I mean, are you still on Roll 20K? Can you go look and just
Huh?
look at our collective?
Oh, I know. I am always aware of the characters.
He
I
probably
know.
has them in a little notebook
what-
and be like,
Yeah.
What do all
do.
of us have? What is
Let's
each of our deck scores? Because
Let's-
it cannot be high.
I've
It's
got like
not.
a
It's
1.
not. I think you're right. I think Ken is the highest at like a 14
I think
because he wears
mine's
medium armor.
either
Sounds
at a 1
right.
or a 2.
Let me see. One
I've got like an
rules of
11.
But
I think mine's like
A
the
12, I
A
guess.
12 or a 10. I don't
Yeah.
know.
the rules for the other trials have been anywhere from 4 to like 7 bullet points. The rules for the dexterity trial is 12 bullet points.
Oh,
Oh
God.
no.
Honestly, at least it's Frogger and not like Minesweeper.
Right? That was my other. That literally was the other option. Was a Minesweeper-esque exploration where you had to proceed very carefully and make dexterity
Oh,
saves
no.
to not fall into a pit as the rocks crumble beneath you, and you have to kind of like find the path across.
Oh, jeez.
It's like that
But-
ice Pokemon gym in like, which
Yeah.
one was it? Sapphire and Emerald? Or Ruby and Sapphire?
Oh no.
Like 3 of them.
Oh, okay. Eodos has a 16. Eodos isn't terrible.
Oh, Edis!
Eodos is a 16. Roses is a 16.
Oh, okay. I have a
Ken
three.
has
That's what-
a.
3s so far.
I
Yep.
want to say a
Yeah.
3 or a 2.
It's a 3.
Okay.
So you have 2 16s. Ken and Robert both have 12s, and Aerith has a 13.
Ah, that was.
So
close.
it's all, above average to,
At least we're not.
It's
zero
not negatives. Yeah.
Let's see. Sebas.
Oh no. Oh,
What did he
no.
roll? I can't remember what his dexterity came out to be. All right, he's got a 15. He's actually pretty
Okay.
good.
Okay,
His stats are
alright.
pretty good.
Alright, Sebas, I see you.
He's got a 20 in strength, 15 in dex, 16 in con, an intelligence of
terrible.
14, wisdom of 13.
If any
and
of the close
charisma
combat
of 11.
fighters have a dexterity lower than mine, I'm gonna have to question it.
Yeah, I would hope our close fighters wouldn't dump stat dex because that's kind of necessary for AC.
Mm-hmm.
The only time that dump statting dex makes sense for a frontline fighter is if you are sinking entirely into heavy armor. Like Robert's kind of makes sense because, dex does not apply to heavy armor at all. It doesn't
Except
apply a
when
negative.
he is always in offensive and has an AC of 15.
I love it. I love it so much. It is like the fact that he can swing his AC like 9 points, but it's just always this like crushable thing. It's like, dude, I get that you love killing the monsters, but I will just knock you down.
Yeah. And he's
Yeah.
always like, why am I always going down? It's like, because you have an AC of 15.
You went fighter and you decided it would be cool to like do a lot of damage, yes, but also make yourself basically butt ass naked at any given
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yep. He turns his armor into medium armor so that he can rage. and half the time forgets that he can rage.
Yep,
Oh my
right.
god.
Doesn't even use it.
Oh my god, yeah.
Ugh.
The Sphinx fight, I don't think he raged during it, and all the Sphinx was doing to him was physical. It was just
He-
claw attacks.
He could have halved like all the damage, but nope.
Yeah.
Nope. It's funny. I love it. It's hilarious.
And he's totem of the bear or not yet?
Not
No,
yet.
he's not.
Not yet.
He's
Okay.
got, what
Yeah, we
what
don't have
level in
enough.
it so far?
He's level 1. He just dipped 1 level into it.
Yeah, we
First time
just got
leveled
to
up.
that.
Well, once he gets to that point, he could probably stand to have an AC of 15. But until he
Yeah.
gets there, he's kind of.
Right?
Robert, maybe you should close up the gaps in your armor while we're fighting so the enemies can stop hitting your brittle bones.
But it's sexier that way.
Right?
So cool. You spend most of the battle on the ground, my guy.
Yeah, and then you complain about it. It's just like, well, I fucking wonder
So
why.
do I as a fucking half healer. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, that's also your fault because you're in melee most of the time.
Well, I'm not like complaining that I get knocked down. I'm complaining that I always have to use my resources on him.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, you don't have to.
I mean,
No one
technically
just
I don't
leave him
have
down.
to, but then he just
'Cause he won't
starts
actually die.
bitching.
I mean, you say he won't actually die. I was going to kill him with the death
He
or
won't
that
actually
his trial.
die.
It was going to be a you don't know whether he would have actually died during the trial or not. No one does.
That's fine. He would just lay on the ground and then heal with his ring because that's what he always thinks is gonna happen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He wasn't expecting me to hit him again with that lance. He'd be like, you take 2 fails. He's like, oh, okay, that's how we're doing this. It's like, yeah.
I need to give him Rose's I mean, I guess that seems no, never mind. That seems arbitrary.
All right, guys. I'll probably
Yep.
let you go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna go make some dinner. You guys have a good night. Thank you again.
I'm gonna
Yep, see ya.
outro.
Peace.
Yo, take it easy.
Bye.
Good luck, Earth.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Okay, thanks so much for talking or chatting, for watching. I can't words. Thanks Super Sorcerer for joining in on the chats. I'm sorry I don't mention them pretty often, only because my friends did ask not to mention them, at least during our session. But yeah, I mean, if he can bring it up to a 20, good for him. That's kind of what I've been doing with our Tyranny of Dragon sessions, because I play a Wizard School of Blade Singing, and I have like the max rarity for for the barrier tattoo, so I'm at an 18 plus a 5 with Blade Song, and then plus another 5 with Shield whenever I need to cast it. So it's pretty helpful. But yeah, thanks so much for watching. I try and do these every Saturdays and Mondays. There will be some conflict or some schedule changes, but I will send out a tweet, usually on Twitter, just to give an update on those schedules. So sometimes we'll, put in our other session of Dragon Song. Sometimes we'll play Tyranny of Dragons on Sundays instead of Saturdays, and things like that. But yeah, thanks so much for watching, and I hope to see you guys next time, which will probably be next Saturday, 7:30 PDT, and hope to see you there. Bye!